Welcome to Mapas. We have Havoc and Catalyst stepping up for this duel, with Catalyst entering as the clear favorite. Catalyst is absolutely dominating the history here with a 70% win rate against Havoc. You know, that gap in experience makes a huge difference when the pressure mounts. Now the real test is whether Havoc can leverage his slightly better map history to actually slow this momentum down. Catalyst holds a slender lead, pushing it to 2-1. He's had a much smoother run of form lately. He's just too quick for Havoc right now. The gap is starting to widen early on. He's certainly playing like the higher rated seed right now. Catalyst is just one step ahead at 3-2. The number 3 seed is definitely feeling the pressure now. Catalyst is cruising now, extending that lead to 4-2. A dominant run by the top seed today. Things are swinging back and forth now. We've got a real battle on our hands. Havoc is really picking up steam, using that ramp position perfectly to tie things up. Catalyst manages to keep a thin edge at 5-4. That's a very tough way to start a day after going 12-30. A high impact play from the ramp puts this series right back on a knife's edge. The top 4% talent is finally feeling the pushback. Catalyst barely holds on to a 1-round lead. Having an 18-8 run today, he looks quite comfortable. Catalyst heads into the break with a 7-5 lead while he's maintaining his edge, just as we expected. He's outperforming the map stats right now, which makes sense given his current 4-game streak. Time to swap sides. Havoc closes the gap, leaving Catalyst barely leading 7-6. A gutsy response after a tough set of games against Aster. Catalyst is currently riding a 4-game streak in his last 10 matches. And that level of momentum is making it very difficult for Havoc to build any lasting pressure. It will take a massive shift in energy to flip the script now. And just like that, Havoc forces a deadlock at 8-all. It's a completely different story than their meeting 18 hours ago. Catalyst just needed one clean round to regain control of the pace here. That's a solid response from the 3rd-ranked player in the league. Catalyst is pulling away again, now leading 10-8. That is an incredibly fast response, giving his opponent no room to breathe. The top 3 seed is far too consistent here. What a nail-biter. He barely scrapes through that exchange to put himself 1 round away from victory. Just an absolute sliver of health left to survive that one. Unbelievable. Catalyst shutters the door with a flawless final shot to take the series. Havoc really put up a fight mid-game, but that top 3 seed just had too much raw power today. Welcome everyone, Vortex and Catalyst are ready to go, facing off right now on Fast Aim. Catalyst starts strong by picking his spot on the ramp for the opener. He really enjoys this matchup historically. Catalyst is just too quick, cutting Vortex down while he was still trying to settle into that ramp position. Vortex holds his ground on the ramp to keep things tight early on. A narrow lead to maintain for the number 3 seed. Catalyst has definitely held the upper hand in their rivalry, owning over 60% of their total meetings. It looks like those historical trends are playing out right now. We have to see if Vortex can find a way to break that cycle today. Catalyst is dominating, holding a commanding 4-1 lead. A tough spot for the higher seed to be in. A huge look of confidence here as he puts up a great fight to keep his hopes alive. He is playing with a lot of pressure as the pre-match favorite. What a clean look for Vortex, showing a lot of grit to get a second straight win. Promising shift for the favorite as the gap closes. Absolutely unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that chaotic exchange to bring the score level. Simply unbelievable. He puts up another huge win from the ramp to take the lead. He's completely flipped the momentum in a heartbeat. Catalyst answers back from the window to bring us all the way back to a deadlock. Both players are performing right at their expected levels so far. Catalyst is on fire now, completely shutting down Vortex's attempt to hold that ramp. Looking at the overall records, the number 3 seed remains the more consistent force. We're sitting at a 6-6 tie heading into the break. I mean, Vortex is really challenging the top seed here. He looked incredible during that run of 4 straight wins to erase the early deficit. Vortex just rips through him on the ramp, showing a lot of resolve to push ahead. That's a strong response for the top-seeded player. And we are back to a dead heat at 7-0. Both of these guys have been absolutely tearing through the competition today. Vortex claims another for himself, securely holding the ramp to keep his momentum high. His overall skill advantage is starting to manifest in these critical moments. A totally effortless sequence for the underdog, who continues to push his advantage. He's simply too strong right now, utilizing the ramp to keep this streak alive. The gap is widening quickly for the top seed. He's just unstoppable right now, extending that run to 4 straight. The seed advantage is clearly playing a role here. Goodness, he barely survives that scramble. Vortex moves to a 12-7 lead and is now just 1 round away from victory. That scramble was a total nail-biter. A sharp reflex from Catalyst to punish from the window. A big shot to put the pressure back on the favorite. He reads the play perfectly, picking him right off the ramp to keep this fight going. A sudden shift in energy for the challenger. Another huge play from the ramp as the momentum stays firmly with the challenger. Vortex is looking a bit shaky after that exchange. What an insane fight. He survives on a prayer with just 8 health left to keep this rally going. Boom, he manages to close it out with a perfect final shot, completing an incredible fight back to secure the victory. Massive shift in the rivalry. Finally snapping that long losing streak against his toughest opponent. Truly impressive. What a battle. Welcome everyone. We're at the arena for a big fight between Havoc and the heavily favored Vortex. Vortex enters this duel as the clear favorite after putting up an impressive 90% win rate in his last 10 matches. That recent momentum is exactly why he looks so comfortable right now. I wonder if Havoc can actually find a way to break that streak. Vortex is pulling away now, leading 2-1. That ripon to the battle they had 16 hours ago. These exchanges are happening so fast. Neither player is getting any time to breathe. The gap in their ranking is starting to show. Vortex is just dominating, putting Havoc in a deep hole. His lead is reflected in their long-term head-to-head history. Vortex clears him off the Tetris with a totally untouched health bar. He's just completely in control, securing yet another round without taking any damage. Havoc manages to put one back on the board and find his footing. He's certainly trying to wipe away those tough losses from earlier today. Vortex simply had the better angle there, using that high ground to put the pressure back on Havoc. Havoc is really struggling to keep up today with a 12-31 record across his last few matches. That poor run of form is exactly why the odds are so heavily stacked against him right now. Let's see if he can actually close this gap. Vortex heads into the break with a substantial 9-3 lead. Everything is playing out exactly as we expected from the top seed. He's just outclassing Havoc across the board right now. Time for the side switch. Havoc manages to put a huge dent in that momentum, punishing Vortex for playing too high up on the Tetris. The lower ranked player is showing a lot of heart today. Vortex is just cruising now with a 10-4 lead. He's coming into this session with a 23-13 record overall today. Vortex is just completely taking over this map. He's making it look far too easy. He's clearly the stronger player in this matchup. Unreal. He barely clings to life with just 11 health after an absolute scrap from the Tetris. That was an incredible save by Havoc to stay in this. Havoc is putting up a fierce resistance, utilizing that height on the Tetris to pull closer. He is absolutely on fire right now, marking another rapid victory to keep the surge going. Vortex shuts down the momentum instantly and is now just one round away from victory. A quick answer from the top seed to regain composure. A clutch stop by Havoc to keep the dream alive. He's refusing to just go down quietly here. What a finish! Vortex shuts the door right there to claim the victory. The top seed is just too consistent, putting on a really polished showing to move his record even further ahead today. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We've got Havoc taking on the heavy favorite Catalyst in this fight for the win. Havoc starts things off strong, picking up the early lead by playing the ramp effectively. Tough start for the top 4 seed here. Havoc is putting on a clinic right now, simply outclassing the favorite in these opening skirmishes. He's really shaking off those losses from earlier today. Catalyst reads him perfectly and manages to shut down that ramp angle to get back into these. The top 4 seed is finally starting to wake up. We are all tied up at 2 apiece now. He's definitely the more consistent player across their career meetings. A massive shift in energy as the momentum swings completely in the favor of the top seed. Simply refuses to let go, dropping his opponent off the ramp for another clean win. Havoc holds the high ground and gets a clean look at his opponent. The number 4 seed isn't making it easy for himself. Total deadlock now as both fight for the lead. The number 4 seed has an incredible lead in their total history. Catalyst edges ahead, taking a narrow 5-4 lead. He really owns this matchup in their career history. Catalyst has been extremely dominant recently with an 18-8 record over the last day. The pressure is mounting for Havoc, who's clearly struggled to find any consistency in his last few series. He'll need a quick adjustment to keep this within reach. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the switch. I mean, things are playing out exactly as the numbers predicted. He's firmly in the driver's seat, but he'll need a few more clean rounds to put this to bed. Time for a total reset. Catalyst barely holds the edge with a single point. That's a tough spot for him considering the 12-31 record today. Catalyst is just too sharp right now, picking him right off that ramp as he pushes for another lead. Catalyst is pulling away now, leading it 9-6. He looks like a man on a mission right now. He takes total control of the ramp to push his lead to 10. He has been purely untouchable in their last 5 head-to-heads. He just completely shuts him down on the ramp to keep this heat wave going. The skill difference is showing as his opponent seems completely outmatched. Unreal, he barely survives that scrap on the ramp to finally halt the run. That's a huge moment for a player sitting outside the top 10. Catalyst digs deep to secure the win and moves within 1 round of victory. The ladder positioning for the favorite is making a lot of sense here. What a finish. Catalyst closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. He really just dominated the pace today, and it's clear why the rankings have him so high right now. Welcome to the stream. Vortex and Catalyst are facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top today. What a scramble. Vortex survives a brutal exchange from the ramp, barely hanging on to claim the first round. Vortex is making a strong start here, and that ramp position gave him the perfect vantage point to secure another quick round. Catalyst generally leads the head-to-head record with a 64% win rate. It shows why he's often considered the favorite here, even though Vortex manages to close out the most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that long-term historical dominance starts to play a role as the match progresses. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that encounter, coming away with a desperate win to close the gap. He definitely looks like soon to be top 3 material. Vortex is cruising right now with a commanding 4-2 lead. He's definitely finding his footing today after that 13-8 win over Havoc. Catalyst claws back, leaving Vortex just one step ahead. We're seeing a battle between the absolute cream of the crop right now. Vortex takes a nice advantage from the ramp, keeping the pressure on for now. Hard to believe he's sitting in the third spot on the ladder. Both of them were fighting for the same space on the ramp, but Catalyst managed to outduel him there. Slightly under the radar in our rating, but he's proving he belongs. Vortex has been absolutely on fire, winning 80% of his last 10 matches. That recent wave of momentum is mirroring the way he's outplaying Catalyst in these early rounds. It will be a huge test for Catalyst to see if he can break that streak before the halftime shift. Vortex takes the lead 7-5 going into the break. He's really fighting off the favorite here and looks poised for a major upset. Catalyst is fighting hard, but those close calls earlier didn't go his way. Fresh start for both guys here. Catalyst is closing in on a tight 7-6 game. Both these players are essentially neck and neck in our rating. Deadlock. Catalyst has finally forced a tie at 7-all. The odds gave Vortex the edge today, but were completely reset. Vortex manages to reclaim the lead from the ramp, breaking that 2-round push from Catalyst. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Vortex is pulling ahead now with a 9-7 cushion. His top 4% ranking is certainly proving impactful today. Another fast flick for the lead. He's really taking control of this match. Hard to imagine he's sitting only one spot above him on the ladder. He is simply untouchable right now, securing his 4th straight victory to put a real grip on the server. Simply an unstoppable force right now, and he's just 1 round away from victory. Absolutely crushing his opponent's hopes of a comeback. A huge response as Catalyst quickly picks him off the ramp. He's finally showing some teeth in the second half. What a nail biter. Vortex barely survives with a sliver of health to close out the series. He's really outdone himself today, putting a stop to that lifetime dominance Catalyst usually holds over him. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Havoc and Vortex facing off on orange, where Vortex enters as the clear favorite. What a fight! Vortex barely scrapes through that exchange to take the early lead. The number 3 seed looks comfortable out here. Vortex is coming off a massive 9-game win streak. It's just surprising to see him struggle this early after such an incredible run of form. Havoc is fighting an uphill battle with a rough 11-31 record over the last day, but we're seeing some serious grit from him right now. Vortex is dominating, holding a commanding 3-1 lead. His top 4 ranking is starting to show in these early exchanges. Havoc manages to hold the ramp and closes the gap to just 1 round. Vortex usually owns this head-to-head, but he's feeling the pressure now. Absolute chaos in this one. Vortex clutches out a victory with a sliver of health left. His 25-11 record today shows exactly why he's sitting at the top. Vortex maintains a slim edge, leading 4-3. A lightning fast response to secure that round. Emotion mid-Vortex holds a clear historical edge with over 800 career wins against Havoc. So yeah, it makes sense that we're seeing the higher rated player gradually pull away here now. It's just a matter of whether Havoc can find a way to disrupt that momentum emotion mid. Vortex is stretching his lead to a 2-round cushion. That's another victory for the top 3 player in our rating. The gap is widening as the server continues to favor the top seed here. He looks as sharp here as he did in their previous meeting. Vortex goes into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we expected given the rating gap between these two. He's clearly the one in control here. Fresh start for both players. Unreal. He barely holds on with a handful of health after a brutal exchange. That was an incredible display of composure under pressure. Vortex looks unstoppable, pushing his tally up to 9. A quick clinical finish to secure that lead. Vortex is just relentless, now sitting on a 10-5 lead. Vortex has certainly been the stronger side in these recent pairings. Havoc holds his ground on the ramp to keep things interesting, but he's still facing a steep climb. A really clean look at that shot. Vortex is cruising right now, leading 13-7. He's starting to look far more dangerous with those quick shots. The speed of these engagements is just wild. He barely had a second to react before it was over. Emotion mid-Havoc is refusing to back down and has really shrunk this gap over the last few exchanges. Emotion mid. He is truly digging in his heels, keeping this series very much alive. Vortex is finally starting to look vulnerable. Huge play here, and now the favorite is just one more round away from ending this. He just shut down that mini comeback attempt immediately. And that is it. A perfect finishing blow to wrap this series up in a huge way. He just keeps adding to that win streak. Really impressive showing to close it out on the map where he's always felt so dominant. Welcome to the dunes. Havoc and Catalyst are ready to face off. Though the favorite here has a dominant recent record, Catalyst holds a huge 843 to 355 lead in their head-to-head history. And honestly, it's a bit surprising to see him start so slow given that track record. He usually knows exactly how to shut Havoc down, so it'll be interesting to see if he can regain his composure. Catalyst pulls ahead, taking a narrow 2-1 lead. Things aren't looking much better than his recent series of losses. He's just too fast right now, securing his third straight win without taking a single hit. Havoc answers back quickly, keeping himself within striking distance. A tough stretch for Havoc, who struggled in his last few matches today. Havoc is really putting on a show, and it's the high ground that's making the difference for him here. Catalyst edges ahead, just barely holding on to that lead. He really is playing at a higher level today. Havoc is really struggling to find any momentum today, sitting at an 11:32 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, it looks like this loss streak is weighing on him more than he'd like to admit. We have to see if he can shake that off before the gap becomes too wide. Catalyst keeps the pressure on, leading 6-4. That higher rating is starting to translate into results. Havoc is really fighting back here, taking that duel straight from the ground while Catalyst was perched up top. It's a 7-5 lead for Catalyst heading into the break. I mean, the score is basically mirroring the rankings we saw coming into the game. Catalyst is firmly in control, and it looks like his general skill is outweighing the map advantage Havoc holds here. Time to see if Havoc can dig in. Havoc is keeping things very tight here, sliding right under Catalyst's line of sight to even the score. He's certainly making this a closer fight than the rating suggested. Catalyst is pulling away now with an 8-6 cushion. He's putting that top 5 rating on full display right now. A real battle for the high ground there, but Havoc was just a hair faster in that exchange. His recent form in the last 10 looks a bit shaky. Catalyst is closing in on the finish at 9-7. His superior overall win rate is starting to show. Unbelievable he survives the exchange with a sliver of health to take another round. Pure luck on that one, honestly. A sharp react from Havoc to secure another, showing some serious grit to close the gap. Catalyst is really tightening his grip on the match now, refusing to let Havoc build any kind of momentum. He is refusing to go away, quietly clipping back another round for himself. Absolutely effortless. Catalyst is now just one round away from the finish line. Everything is clicking for the top seed right now. He secures the final kill of the match to walk away with the victory. He continues to haunt this guy. No matter how much Havoc tried to use his map knowledge, he just couldn't close the gap. Welcome everyone. We have Vortex and Catalyst facing off in the arena to see who comes out on top. Catalyst comes out strong here, picking off Vortex right as he stepped onto the ramp. He's certainly making his presence felt as the favorite in this one. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on early, controlling the pace from the Tetris blocks. The favorite is definitely feeling the heat early. Vortex manages to clear those Tetris blocks, keeping this thing very close early on. He's putting that recent 10-game tier on full display right now. Catalyst continues to hold the high ground, using that ramp to firmly establish his lead. He's looking for some revenge after that loss on Mappas earlier. He's simply outdueling him on the ramp and the gap is starting to widen. It's a bit surprising to see him in a hole given his recent form. Vortex is showing plenty of grit, digging his way back into this contest. He's keeping the momentum moving, refusing to let Catalyst pull away from this game. Catalyst has an impressive historical edge with a 69% win rate here. It makes sense that he's regaining control of the match after that early push from his opponent. Now he just needs to keep the pressure high to avoid another slip-up. That was a lightning-fast reflex play to keep the streak alive for Catalyst. Vortex manages to knock him off the Tetris blocks just before the break. He's certainly putting the top 3 seed status to good use. Catalyst holds an 8-4 lead going into the break, and honestly, it's exactly what we anticipated. He's utilizing that historical 64% head-to-head advantage to keep Vortex on the defensive. Let's see if Vortex can rally. Catalyst is just dominating now, sitting comfortably at 9-4. This is a complete turnaround from how the favorite performed on Mappas. Vortex is currently in an incredible run with a 10-game winning streak coming into this. It's a strange contrast because despite that momentum, he's just unable to find any answers for Catalyst right now. We'll see if that high seed status actually translates into a comeback. Vortex is starting to find his footing, using that height advantage to secure another one for himself. A tight battle between two of the best in our race. He's really hitting his stride now, securing another perfect round to keep the momentum swinging. What a surge! He is absolutely on fire right now, closing in the gap with total precision. He shuts down that comeback attempt immediately to keep his lead at 11-8. A methodical sequence there, and now Catalyst is just one step away from closing the deal. Hard to imagine this match ending in any other way right now. He manages to pull through and clear Catalyst off the Tetris blocks. A quick response there to keep the fight alive. Unbelievable. Catalyst secures the final kill off the ramp to shut the door on this match. Vortex really gave him a scare with that huge run in the middle, but he just couldn't keep the pace throughout. Welcome to Italy. We have Havoc and Vortex facing off today. Though Vortex enters this match as the favorite, Vortex has a massive historical advantage, winning over 58% of their lifetime encounters. It makes sense considering how consistently Havoc has struggled throughout his last few matches. The question now is if he can find a way to shift the momentum. He's just outclassing everything right now, securing a perfect third point. He's coming in with a huge rating advantage. Absolute control from him now, ending the round in a blink. It's been a tough shift for him with an 11:32 record today. Havoc manages to claw one back after a tough start. He's fighting an uphill battle against one of the top 4 players. He's refusing to go away, snapping off a fast second one to close the gap. Vortex has a stunning 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. Well, that level of confidence is exactly why he's staying composed during these brief pushes by Havoc. It will take a huge effort from the underdog to keep this competitive. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly depleted, but he dug deep to secure another round. Just an incredible display of grit by the underdog. Pure brilliance. He's completely leveled the score, and the momentum has shifted entirely in his favor. Vortex answers back quickly, taking the lead again as we head toward the break. Lighting fast finish to close out that sequence. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. I mean, it's shocking to see this close given the massive gap in their overall ratings. Havoc is playing way above his head right now, and we might be looking at a real upset. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex barely holds his lead, sitting one up now. The top-seeded player is starting to assert his dominance. Vortex is pulling away, holding a 2-round cushion. He's putting a signature stamp on this series today. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange, clutching it with just a sliver of health. It's completely shut him down, continuing this surge with another effortless kill. He's back in the game, shutting the door on that streak with a precise shot. A gritty effort from the 18th ranked player today. Vortex is really putting the pressure on now, just refusing to let Havoc build any real momentum. A total shutdown. He's now just a single round away from victory. He puts up another fight, keeping his hopes alive for now. The underdog is fighting to stay relevant here. Putting up a strong resistance, keeping the dream alive for just a bit longer. The pressure is starting to mount on the higher seed. Game over. He closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the victory. He really put the nail in the coffin there, showing exactly why he's sitting so high in the rankings right now. Welcome everyone to Orange. Catalyst enters this one as the clear favorite, but Havok is looking to turn things around. Havok is currently fighting a massive uphill battle with an 11:32 record today. It's interesting to see him take an early lead after such a rough string of games. I'm curious to see if he can actually push this into a real series. Catalyst answers back quickly and wipes Havok right off that ramp. His overall dominance in the head-to-head really shows. Havok is comfortably holding a 2-round cushion right now. Havok keeps the momentum with a slim 3-2 lead. The top-tier talent is starting to assert itself here. What a frantic exchange. Both players were nearly empty, but he barely scrapes through this one. Havok pulls ahead once more, putting the pressure on. Coming off that an hour ago and looking for more consistency today. Deadlock. Catalyst has finally forced a tie at 4 apiece. It's almost a mirror image of their last encounter. These two are practically exchanging blows in real time now, and Havok is staying aggressive. Catalyst usually holds a massive advantage in their lifetime head-to-head, but the current scoreline tells a different story. Well, it's clear that Havok is ignoring the history books in this one. He's really finding a way to disrupt the flow of the game. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the switch. You know, everything about the ratings suggests Catalyst should be cruising, but Havok is refusing to back down. This is far closer than we anticipated. Time to reset and go again. Catalyst takes the lead, edging ahead 7-6. He's looking very comfortable coming off that 13-9 win on Dunes. And just like that, Havok levels the playing field. A complete stalemate between two very different legacies. Havok is really starting to put together a string here, putting himself in a great spot to close this out. Back to a tie, the tension is peaking. A strong look for the number 4 seed here. Catalyst seizes the narrow advantage, leading by a single round. That top 4 ranking really starts to feel like a factor. These rounds are ending incredibly quickly. It's a complete toss-up who gets the shot off first. Catalyst barely holds onto his slim 1-round lead. He is certainly making the most of his experienced advantage. Absolute chaos as they've now completely wiped the slate clean at 10 apiece. A massive shift from the usual results we see from these two. The momentum is shifting back to the favorite just as this final stretch begins. Another lightning fast reaction from Catalyst to bring him to the verge of victory. Absolute perfection from the favorite to shut the door and secure the series. He really pushed the top seed to the brink here, but that final stretch was just too much. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have a great clash today between Vortex and Catalyst to see who takes the win. Catalyst boasts a strong 77% win rate on this map. And it's interesting to see him fighting from behind after losing the opening exchange. Whether he can translate that historical superiority into a lead today remains to be seen. Vortex is cruising now with a commanding 2-1 lead. He really has the historical edge in this rivalry. Catalyst has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit in no time. He's already looking like the favorite in a tight battle. He's on a tear now, securing another round to take a lead in the series. He looks a lot more confident after that previous head-to-head victory. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just too fast for his opponent. The favorite is definitely putting on a show right now. He just cannot be stopped. That is 5 in a row for Catalyst. The number 4 seed is making his mark today. He's completely taken over this match, securing another effortless kill from the ramp. A huge momentum shift as Vortex finally breaks that long slide. The top 4 seeds are really showing their class in this one. Catalyst has a massive 616 to 348 lead in their historical head-to-head. It's clear that this particular matchup has always been a struggle for Vortex. Now we just have to see if he can close this out comfortably. We head into the break with Catalyst holding a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as predicted. The favored player is simply tighter on his shots and looks composed. Vortex needs to wake up now. Catalyst is extending that lead to a commanding 8-5. Coming off a high 79 run over the last 24 hours. Vortex remains stubborn, putting together another strong response to close the gap. He's showing why he entered the lobby as the projected victor today. He secures a clean victory from the ramp, continuing this determined push to close the gap. He's really starting to play like the superior seed. Catalyst still holds a slim 2-round advantage now. It's a battle of the absolute elite with both guys sitting in the top 4. He's refusing to back down, catching another quick shot to keep this comeback alive. The pressure is really mounting for Catalyst now. Catalyst keeps his cool to maintain a 10-8 cushion. The higher seeded player is really fighting back for control. Vortex keeps his composure and drags him off the ramp to close the gap. A surprising shift in pace for this series. He's on fire. We've got a dead heat now with the score tied at 10-all. That's a huge swing in energy for the trailing side. It's a total toss-up going into this final stretch. He just clears the ramp again and officially takes a 1-round lead. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Another flawless exchange puts him on the verge of victory. A ruthless display of precision to seize control of the map. What a huge stop by Catalyst to keep himself in the game. A critical stop to keep this series wide open. Unbelievable. Vortex completes an incredible run to seal the series and take the victory. He really dug deep to overcome that historic disadvantage. Just an incredible way to shut the door. He really earned that one. Welcome to the Berserk League. Havoc and Vortex are stepping onto fast aim to see who comes out on top. Havoc came out swinging, utilizing the ramp to get the first jump on Vortex. A strong start for the underdog against a top 5 rated opponent. Vortex is showing the top 3 form early, reacting quickly to clear the ramp. Vortex has dominated this head-to-head with a 58% win rate over a massive sample size. He's clearly the stronger player historically, but he's looking a bit shaky in these first few exchanges. It will be interesting to see if he can find his composure. Havoc completely ignores the height advantage and just takes him right off that toolbox. He's currently playing the role of the spoiler today. Havoc is just refusing to let up, picking Vortex right off that wine box. Tough to see those recent losses hanging over him right now. Vortex manages to shut him down from the top, tying the score up at all but 1. Vortex is certainly playing like the top-rated star today. Havoc is firmly in the driver's seat at 5-3. A total flip from the result we saw in their last match. Unreal. He barely hangs on with his life, but he secures the win from the toolbox. He's shaking off a tough stretch today, fighting through a long losing streak. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely taken over this set of rounds. A huge swing from that last meet on Aim Italy. Vortex puts an end to that run by picking him off the ramp. He's definitely reminding us why he holds that top 3 spot. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is playing way above his rank right now. Vortex is struggling to stay in this despite the huge rating gap between them. Time to see if Vortex recovers. Vortex keeps his head in the game, continuing to claw back into this contest. The pressure is definitely shifting back onto the favorite. Havoc keeps the upper hand by fighting from the ramp, holding off that comeback attempt. Quite a departure from his recent struggles during that rough 10-game stretch. Vortex secures a clean get on the ramp, continuing to narrow the deficit. The momentum is shifting back toward the higher-seeded player. Havoc is really putting on a clinic today, proving that the numbers on paper don't matter once the duel starts. A fierce battle on the ramp ends with him strolling away without a single scratch. Both players are just trading blows at this point. Vortex manages to catch him right off the wine box, completely evening up the score. Neither player is willing to give an inch in this deadlocked fight. The turnaround is nearly complete as he secures a 3rd straight win to take the lead. The favorite is finally asserting his authority in this match. Havoc finds the opening and puts things back on even. An absolute grind for both players in this set. Goodness, he barely survives. Havoc claws out a victory from the planks with just a sliver of health left. Absolutely heart-stopping way to secure the lead. What a response! He secures that peak on the wine box to bring us completely level at 11-11. Neither of them is blinking as they head into the final stretch. Vortex is on fire right now, using that wine box to put himself on the brink of victory. The higher seed is starting to look very comfortable in this late stretch. He closes the door with an absolute stunner of a shot to secure the series. He really pushed the favorite to the limit today. It's impressive to see him keep it that tight given the rough run he's been having lately. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We have Havoc and Catalyst facing off, with Catalyst entering today as the clear favorite. Catalyst has been an absolute nightmare for this opponent, winning 70% of their lifetime meetings. He really seems to have the psychological edge in this specific rivalry. It'll be tough for Havoc to turn the tide today. Havoc is surprisingly surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Pure grit for a player coming off a tough 10-game skid. We are back to a dead heat and things are starting to feel a bit more balanced now. Havoc holds a slim 3-2 cushion heading into this one. His higher seed hasn't given him any cushion so far. Havoc is really finding his rhythm up 4-2. The top 4 seed needs to figure this out fast. Catalyst puts a stop to the slide by catching him right as he climbed the ramp. He's easily the higher ranked player on the ladder tonight. The momentum has shifted completely. Catalyst is on a roll and looks firmly in control of the pace now. He's really putting that rating gap on display right now. Absolutely crushing it now as he extends his streak to 3. He's really playing like the number 4 seed today. The onslaught continues. He's completely taken over this map now. His recent results are mirroring that head-to-head dominance. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange to extend his lead to 7. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. the higher seed is firmly in the driver's seat, which aligns with what we expected coming into this. He's comfortably managing the map so far. Time to swap sides. Havoc secures the kill from below, picking him off the ramp and cutting into that deficit. A very clean way to narrow the gap. Absolutely electric. Havoc holds the high ground and digs deep to bring this series back to a dead even split. The dynamic has completely flipped since the coin toss. Catalyst claws back the lead and sits at 8. A quick read there and he gets out of the trouble. He's showing incredible resolve. A lightning fast reaction that brings us back to a deadlock. He's refused to go quietly, securing another point and moving into the lead. A very aggressive pair of rounds to take the lead. He is completely unstoppable right now, powering his way to a 3-round streak. The underdog is firmly in control now. He is simply on another level right now, extending his streak to 4 in a row. Finally a break in the momentum, as the favorite puts up a fight to keep this series alive. Still a tough hill to climb for the seed coming in behind. What a professional finish. He stays cool under pressure to secure his 2nd straight win. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, bringing this battle back to a dead level. What a way to seize control as Catalyst puts the pressure back on and moves into match point. Absolute lockdown performance from the favorite right now. He is simply refusing to back down, clutching out a survival by a single sliver to force the tie. Absolutely nerve-wracking to watch those health bars drop. He's completely shut him down, continuing this incredible run of form to seize the lead. The underdog is really defying all the expectations today. What a fight. Catalyst secures the advantage from the ramp to bring us dead even. He's really forcing this game to go the distance. Brutal trade there, but Havoc manages to secure the edge and reclaim the lead. Absolutely unbelievable resilience for the lower ranked side to keep fighting. What a statement. Catalyst is showing incredible heart to keep this battle locked at a standstill. Neither player seems to be letting the other pull away for good. Absolutely pristine. Havoc is completely untouchable here and just takes a step closer to ending it. He's just completely locked in at this crucial stage. Unbelievable. Havoc shuts the door on this series and secures a massive victory. I can't believe we're seeing this. To shake off a slump like that and actually take down a top 5 seed is just incredible. Total shocker. What a match. Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Catalyst are stepping onto Mappas to see who comes out on top. Catalyst has clearly dominated this rivalry historically with a 64% win rate. That gives him a massive mental edge going into this match. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can flip the script today. Catalyst looks very comfortable playing the angles from the ramp to keep the lead. The number 3 seed is having a bit of a struggle here. Catalyst is just cruising right now with a 3-1 lead. The favorite really seems to have the upper hand here. Vortex claws back to 2-3, staying in the fight. He's carrying that heat from the 13-11 victory over Havoc. That was a rapid encounter. The pace of this game is really picking up. He's fighting to reclaim that top spot on the ladder. Vortex has put together an impressive 26-9 record in the last 24 hours. He's definitely the one with more heat right now, but that momentum isn't translating to the scoreboard. He really needs to find some stability before the gap becomes insurmountable. He's showing real grit here, shutting down the opposition completely for another round. Absolutely incredible. He has completely erased that deficit to bring the score level. The favorite's finally taking full control of this series. Simply breathtaking. He has completely flipped the script to take the lead. The favorite is truly finding his footing in this series. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. You know, Vortex is completely defying the historical odds here. That 4-round streak showed he can trade blows with the top seed and keep things dead even. Fresh start for both players here. He's simply refusing to go away, putting up a huge fight to claim this round. His raw skill is really starting to show. We're at deadlocked at 7 apiece. The top 4 in the league are really going at it. Catalyst edges ahead again, taking an 8-7 lead. Everything is leaning in his direction right now. He's totally in control now, securing another clean victory to keep the roll going. Vortex just blew through that ramp defense with a perfect burst, showing some real resolve to stay in this. This is exactly why the betting markets gave him the edge early on. Catalyst maintains a tight grip with a 10-8 lead. He's showing why he holds the head-to-head edge over the long term. He's showing some serious tenacity, narrowing this lead back down to a single round. The pace is just chaotic right now. Neither one can hold the lead. Catalyst is really tightening his grip on this series right now. That's just another win for the higher rated side of the bracket. He shuts down that little run immediately, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He just won't go down. Vortex keeps his hopes alive with a quick reaction. A critical hold there to keep the deficit manageable. What a finish! Catalyst shuts it down with a final shot from the ramp to seal the victory. Vortex really pushed him to the limit on a map where he's historically stronger. He just couldn't find that final push. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Havoc facing off against the heavily favored Vortex in today's duel. Havoc is fighting a tough battle today with 11:32 record over the last 24 hours. But that just makes this early lead against a top-rated opponent all the more impressive. He has a lot of ground to make up in the overall standings, and we'll see if he can sustain this pressure. Havoc's holding a slim 2-1 advantage right now. Vortex usually dominates their head-to-head history, but not right now. The momentum is really shifting here, and Havoc is looking incredibly sharp on these fast exchanges. Havoc keeps the lead at 3-2. Coming off a solid 26-10 run today, he's quickly regaining control. Havoc is just cruising along with a 4-2 lead. He's really playing the spoiler today against a top 4% opponent. Vortex is traditionally the heavy favorite here with a significant edge in their head-to-head history, but he's looking completely unsettled in this specific encounter. I'm wondering if he can actually find a way to break this trend. Vortex is staying strong and claiming another round to keep this fight close. That's a really clean pair of rounds to get back in the mix. Absolutely flawless execution to level the score. He is on fire right now. The comeback is nearly complete as he secures his 4th straight victory to take the lead. They're all squared up at 6 apiece. The match is way tighter than we expected given the gap in their ratings. Vortex clawed back from behind, so we're heading into the second half with a total toss-up. Time for the swap. Vortex continues to put on a clinic, steadily climbing back into the driver's seat. He just needed a single break to get this lead. Havoc answers back and we're deadlocked at 7-all. Neither player is willing to give an inch today. Havoc manages to snag the edge back at 8-7. He's really outplaying the top 3 seed right now. He's just unstoppable right now, securing a 3rd straight victory in a total blur. He's simply in total control now. Walking away with a painless victory. The higher rank just isn't translating into results right now. Vortex manages to shut him down on the ramp, refusing to let the lead grow. The top tier experience is finally showing through. Havoc is really pushing the pace now, and those lightning fast reactions are starting to stack up. Vortex isn't backing down yet, securing a pristine kill to keep the pressure on. That was a lightning fast reaction to secure the win. That was a precise strike, and he's now just 1 round away from the victory. Vortex is showing incredible grit to stay in this, completely shutting down that attempt to close it up. This match has become a total brawl. Unbelievable. He shuts the door on this series with a lightning fast final shot to take the match. Havoc just pulled off the unthinkable. Shaking off a rough day to take down one of the absolute best. He really stepped up when it mattered. Huge upset. Welcome to the Dunes map. We've got Havoc taking on the favorite Catalyst for a great match today. Havoc has a 55% win rate on this map, and it's showing early. I mean, it's a huge contrast to their overall career success rate, so he's certainly playing with a lot of confidence right now. He's clearly comfortable playing high, as Catalyst just secured that second round from the box. The top-ranked player here is starting to assert his control. Havoc is looking strong with a narrow 2-1 lead. He's already split the recent series with the higher-seeded player. Havoc is just rolling right now, leading 3-1. It's a total reversal from their typical head-to-head results. Catalyst is showing some real grit here, refusing to let the momentum swing too far in the other direction. Things are completely locked in at 3-all. The higher rated side is starting to find his footing. Unbelievable. Catalyst digs deep to survive that exchange, taking the fight to Havoc on the box. Absolutely effortless. He's now claimed 4 straight to take a 2-round lead. The top seed is really cleaning up here. Absolute dominance from the box, pushing that lead to a healthy 3 rounds. Looking at that ranking gap, it's clear why he's the favorite. Havoc digs in and manages to knock him off the box, starting a fight back. He needs to keep this momentum going to shake the favorite. He is really starting to claw back into this game, taking another round to tighten the gap. We're all square at 6-6. Well, it looks like Havoc is making a serious case for an upset here. Despite the ranking gap, he's holding his own against the higher seeded player. Fresh start for both. He's simply too fast, stepping back into the lead with a nearly perfect exchange. He's really turning the tables on the favorite today. He's stubbornly refusing to let the favorite get back on top. The pressure is definitely shifting toward the favorite now. Havoc edges ahead again, currently holding an 8-7 lead. He's certainly utilizing that rank 4 status now. He's just refusing to let up, continuing his climb back into this match. Pure chaos from the underdog throughout this set. He's showing incredible heart, securing another victory from the box to extend this lead. The favorite is starting to look very vulnerable right now. He keeps the streak alive from the box, moving his lead to 4 rounds. It is rare to see a gap this wide in favor of the underdog. Catalyst manages to find his target, finally putting an end to that run. The top 7% of the ladder is fighting to stay alive. He refuses to buckle under the pressure, putting himself just a single round away from victory. A total shift from what we expected going into this set. What a performance! Havoc shuts the door on the favorite and secures the victory right here. He's just completely shaken the odds with a massive performance today. Not even a 5-round run from Catalyst could stop him. Welcome everyone to the arena. Vortex and Catalyst are ready to face off today on Italy. Vortex is coming in with a very hot 25-11 record over the last day. Well, it puts him in a strong position to finally push back against Catalyst's historical dominance in their head-to-head history. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence holds through the first few rounds. Unbelievable. He nearly went down, but Catalyst manages to scrape through that chaos with just a sliver of health. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. He's certainly not letting that previous defeat on Mappas get in his head. Vortex surges ahead, taking a thin lead into round 5. The top few spots on the ladder are really fighting for control. Catalyst is playing really well today, quickly grabbing control from the wine crates to even things up. Catalyst just reclaimed the advantage, pushing it to 4-3. Simply on another level right now, picking up a 3rd straight victory with a lightning fast shot. He's just unstoppable right now, completely dismantling his opponent to move further ahead. He's looking very comfortable with a massive historical lead in this head-to-head. A tough exchange here, but Vortex manages to come out on top and close the gap. He really needs to keep this momentum moving if he wants the win. He's showing great resolve, taking that down untouched as we approach the break. He's completely flipped the script as we head into the switch. We've got a total deadlock at 6-6. Honestly, the underdog is holding his own perfectly here. Catalyst usually owns this rivalry, but Vortex is proving that his recent form is the real deal. Time to see who blinks first. The momentum has completely shifted as he claims the lead for the first time in the match. This is a huge confidence boost for the underranked player. What a scramble! He barely manages to survive that chaotic trade to tie this up at 7-7. Vortex secures another win from the Vine Crates, showing real tenacity in this comeback. Catalyst fights back to keep us tied at 8. Both players are firmly in their element right now. Catalyst edges ahead by a single round now. He's really starting to put a grip on this one. Another effortless round for him, tying things back up at 9-9. The higher rank is proving way too stubborn to go down easy. He finds another clean look from the wine crates to push his lead further. That's some terrifying efficiency we're seeing from him right now. Vortex just leveled the field, making it 10-all. Both players are fighting in the top 5 on the ladder. Catalyst has the momentum again, and he is looking incredibly sharp in these quick exchanges. The higher seeded side is feeling the heat now. He's showing incredible grit, taking this round with ease to lock things up at 11 apiece. A gritty stand from Catalyst, and he's just one step away from victory. The favorite is really struggling to close the deal here. Absolutely sensational. Vortex keeps pushing, forcing us into a sudden death over time. Pure dominance. Vortex stays perfect in this exchange to seize the advantage once again. He's definitely proving why he went into this as the preferred choice. This is a complete toss-up now. It's basically a coin flip to see who takes it. This rivalry is as tight as it gets. Oh, total shutout. He's refusing to let this slip, taking a commanding lead in this overtime battle. Goodness, what a scrap. He barely survives that absolute war of attrition to bring us back to a draw. Absolute nail-biter. The tension in this one is palpable. Vortex is on fire, putting himself just one step from the victory. A truly breathless finish to a marathon of a series. Unbelievable. He closes it out with total authority to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep in that overtime to finally get the upper hand over his longtime rival. It was a brutal struggle for every single round. What a battle. Welcome to Red Line. We have Havoc and Vortex facing off today to see who takes the win. Vortex usually holds the edge in their history together, winning over 58% of their battles. But Havoc is actually coming off a fresh win against him from earlier today. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence stays with him. Havoc is really controlling the pace with a 2-1 lead. The third rank in our ratings is finally starting to wake up. Vortex has completely flipped the script here, taking control and tying things up with a pair of quick rounds. The class difference from the rankings is starting to show. Absolute brawl on the ramp, but Havoc managed to outpick him to take the lead. He's really playing like the underdog right now. Havoc is just relentless, pulling ahead to a 4-2 lead. The higher rated man is really struggling to find answers. Vortex managed to clear him off the ramp, keeping this a one-round game. It's definitely a bit a closer fight than expected today. That was a lightning-fast encounter, with Havoc securing a quick win from the ramp. Havoc maintains his slim edge, leading 5-4. Vortex looks more like his usual self after a rough start. Havoc is playing this map beautifully, really utilizing that high ground to widen the gap. The number 3 seed is really feeling the pressure now. Vortex was far too quick there, catching him right as he stepped onto the ramp. Vortex is really fighting to get his win rate back to that 50% mark. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, the top 3 seed isn't putting on the show we expected today. Havoc has completely neutralized the gap in skill so far. Fresh start for both of them. Havoc just reclaimed the momentum using that ramp to push back into a 1-round lead. He's clearly feeling the heat after that 13-10 loss earlier. We're deadlocked at 7 apiece and the tension is peaking. He's definitely showing that top 4% quality now. Havoc pushes ahead to an 8-7 lead. He's really capitalizing on the form he's found today. Havoc has been fighting an uphill battle with a 13-29 record today. It looks like he's finally flipping that narrative by finding his footing in this specific set. He's showing an immense amount of resolve right now. Vortex is on a roll right now, having just shut down Havoc's attempt to hold the ramp. He's really trying to shake off those last 2 losses from today. Vortex is on fire, effortlessly picking Havoc off that ramp to move into a 10-9 lead. Vortex is simply too strong right now, putting an end to that ramp hold with his 4th straight win. A dominant showing from the 24-11 performer. Havoc manages to get the upper hand, keeping the gap narrow. The number 14 seed is refusing to back down. Vortex secures a crucial victory, putting himself just 1 round away from the win. Havoc survives a frantic exchange to stay alive in this series. Talk about a nail-biter ending there. That was a gritty fight to keep this game alive. He shuts the door on a potential victory, forcing this battle into overtime. A total reversal of their usual historical dynamics. Havoc is simply taking over now, shutting him down from the boxes for another consecutive win. The momentum has completely shifted away from him. Vortex secures the trade from below, knocking Havoc off the ramp to bring the score level at 13-13. Vortex has managed to grab a narrow lead just as we're heading into the final stretch. The gap in raw power is evident as he takes a lead. He's just too sharp right now, closing in on the finish line with another huge win. Total control from him as we head into this final sequence. What a scrap. Havoc barely survives that exchange to keep the dream alive. He's refusing to let this series slip away just yet. A complete shutdown by Havoc, and he is now just 1 round away from sealing the deal. Absolute chaos from a guy who entered as the clear long shot. Vortex barely edges ahead, holding a slim 16-15 lead. Total deadlock now. Both Havoc and Vortex are sitting at 16. Havoc surges ahead to a 17-16 advantage. The momentum shifted long ago, just as it did in their previous set. Havoc keeps pulling ahead, now sitting at 18-16. A surprising turn for a man who entered this set as the clear favorite. Havoc is absolutely cruising with a 19-16 cushion. He's really turning the tide on his long-term record today. What a gritty performance to take down the favorite in overtime. He really earned that one. Welcome to Berserk League duels on Mappas. Havoc takes on the heavily favored Catalyst in this high-stakes 1v1 battle. Catalyst has a massive lead in the all-time head-to-head record, winning about 70% of their meetings. But Havoc has the psychological edge right now after taking their most recent battle on the dunes. It will be interesting to see if he can keep that streak going. What a fight. Catalyst barely survives that chaotic trade to take a lead. Havoc claws back and we are deadlocked at 2 apiece. The odds certainly didn't predict such a tight start. Havoc strikes first and now puts the pressure on. It's a shaky start for the higher ranked player here. He's just not letting up, securing another effortless kill to extend the run. A rough start for the higher rated player here. A fast response from Catalyst to get the round back. The 5th ranked player is fighting back. Havoc is currently keeping the pace with a strong 5-round run. It's a shocking turn of events given he's typically struggled to keep up with the top 5 players in the league. I wonder if he's finally cracked the code against this opponent. Havoc is really putting on a show, using that ramp to put himself in a great spot. A surprising trend considering the gap between them on the ladder. Havoc holds a slim 6-5 edge as we move on. It's a much needed answer from the higher seeded side. We've got a dead heat at 6 apiece, and honestly, Havoc is playing exactly like the underdog we didn't expect. He's completely erased the rank difference through the first 12 rounds. Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst is really starting to flex his experience now, grabbing that high ground on the ramp to keep the momentum shifting. Catalyst just pulled ahead, now holding an 8-6 lead. Absolutely clinical efficiency on display right now. He's simply taking over the map, extending that run to 3 straight. He is firmly back in control of the series. He shows a lot of heart here, digging in to halt that momentum shift. He needs to keep this focus if he wants an upset. Catalyst reads him perfectly, shutting down that ramp attempt instantly. His veteran experience is clearly making a difference. Catalyst is really starting to distance himself, and that ramp position is just proving too much for Havoc right now. A complete shutout as Catalyst secures a 3rd straight, putting him 1 step away from victory. Unbelievable, he shuts the door on this match with a flawless finish to claim the victory. He really steadied the ship. After that shaky start to put on a dominant display, Catalyst looks back in top form. Welcome everyone. Vortex and Catalyst are stepping onto fast aim for a high-stakes battle to see who takes the win. Vortex holds a strong 25-11 record over the last day. He's coming in with a lot of confidence after already beating Catalyst earlier in the session. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that momentum rolling. A clean response from Catalyst, holding that window position perfectly to even things up. Still looking at a very tight gap between these two on the ladder. Catalyst is really making something happen right now, securing a nice lead after picking him off from the wine box. Both of these guys are deep in the top 10 of the ladder. A massive shift here as he secures his third straight, shutting everything down from the ramp. The lower ranked player is asserting himself early. Vortex answers back immediately, securing a clean round to keep this fight close. He's fighting hard to close the gap on a total lifetime record. Unreal Catalyst claws back his life and barely survives that exchange to take another round. Vortex just puts the hammer down from the ramp to get this game right back to a deadlock. He's currently holding the higher seed on the ladder. Total deadlock now as they move into round 9. It's a total toss-up considering their long history together. Vortex is just on fire right now, walking away from this encounter without losing a single point of health. His rival has a massive all-time lead across their 900 meetings. Catalyst keeps his cool here, securing an effortless kill to bring us back to a draw. He's really fighting through those tough matchups today. Catalyst is really stepping up his intensity, just picking him right off those planks. He's really playing like the favorite today. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead as we hit the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the odds makers predicted. He looks comfortable, but we know Vortex typically performs better on this specific map. Time to see if Vortex can respond. Catalyst holds a huge lead over the total lifespan of the rivalry, and honestly, he's really proving that he has the psychological edge today. It will be tough for Vortex to shake this off if he can't find a way to break the streak. Vortex puts up a fight, cutting him down from the ramp to keep this chase alive. He's fighting for every single round now. A very strong showing from him to flip the momentum. Catalyst answers immediately, catching him off the ramp to shut down that little spark of a comeback. He's showing some real grit here, refusing to let the gap widen further. A really sharp trade-off to get the scoreline back within reach. Catalyst is playing a dangerous game of cat and mouse, just shutting him down from the ramp again. His confidence is skyrocketing after that dominant victory over Havoc. What an effortless shot. He keeps the pressure high as he refuses to let this lead slip away. A lightning fast reaction there to level the series completely. He's just relentless, claiming another win from the wine box to push his lead forward. He's certainly playing up to that favorite status right now. Manages to clear him off the ramp, bringing us back to a dead heat. He's certainly finding a way to stay in this one. Vortex just won't quit, wiping him out of the window to reach match point. A huge moment for him to seize control of the match. And just like that, he nails the shot from the ramp to force overtime. A massive clash between the top 5 players on the ladder. Pace is just blistering right now, with both players finishing their fights in under 6 seconds. The number 5 seed is looking extremely sharp right now. Vortex survives a brutal exchange to bring us back to a dead even split. Just completely breathtaking to see this deadlock continue into overtime. He's refusing to break, picking the opponent off the ramp to extend his lead. That was a much faster exchange than the last pair. What a grind. Neither player is letting the other breathe for more than a few seconds today. The number 5 seed just completely reset the board. He secures the second straight, putting himself just one step away from closing this out. What a way to respond as he knocks Catalyst off the ramp to put himself on the verge of victory. Total chaos in this endgame as they trade blows. Vortex holds a slim lead as we enter round 31. Vortex is cruising with a 2-round cushion now. He's finally converting the early edge into a genuine advantage. Vortex takes a narrow lead, sitting at 17 now. He's refusing to be intimidated by that number 3 ranking. Vortex is pulling away, leading by 2 right now. He's really capitalizing on the pressure right now. Vortex just nudged ahead with a slim 1-round advantage. Another quick trade of rounds to keep things interesting. It's becoming an absolute grind for both of them. Both players are completely locked in at 18 apiece. He's really finding a way to keep this series from slipping. Vortex edges ahead by a single point here. Vortex is really stretching his lead to 2018 now. The higher seed is really putting on a show right now. Vortex holds a tiny lead at 2019. He's showing a lot of resolve despite the rating gap. Absolute madness, a complete stalemate at 20 all. Neither one of them is giving an inch today. Vortex just reclaimed the lead, putting him up 21-20. This is a huge fight for the lower seeded player. Unbelievable. Catalyst forces a dead heat at 21. Absolute deadlock as we head into the next exchange. Catalyst bounces back, taking a 1-round lead. A complete reset. Vortex levels it up at 22. Vortex sneaks back on top, now leading 23-22. The pressure is clearly getting to the higher ranked player. Vortex is pulling ahead now, sporting a 2-round cushion. Both of these players have played an incredible amount of rounds today. Vortex is really surging ahead now with a 3-round cushion. He really played with his heart on his sleeve and fought his way through that long struggle in overtime. What a match. Welcome everyone. Havoc and Vortex are stepping onto orange for this duel. Vortex enters as the favorite here. Vortex has absolutely dominated this rivalry historically, holding a substantial lead in their head-to-head record. He's looking very comfortable right now, which fits the narrative of the ladder gap. It'll be a tough climb for Havoc to overturn the odds. Simply effortless. He drops Havoc right off the ramp to take a commanding lead. He is certainly making the most of that rating advantage. He's simply on another level right now, not letting up for a second. The top 3 seed is really showing his class here. Absolute control from the favorite, and he extends the gap to 5 straight. His current 24-11 run today is really showing he's simply too fast for anything. Havoc can throw at him 6 straight. He's fully capitalizing on the gap in their current rankings. Unbelievable. He's just completely outclassing his opponent 7 straight for a huge lead. Finally, the underdog gets around on the board. Just a quick reminder that he's actually managed to beat the favorite recently. Havoc has a 40% win rate in his last 10 appearances, and while he can certainly pull off a surprise, his overall form lately has been a real struggle. I wonder if that lack of consistency will be too much to overcome in a match this one-sided. Just doesn't miss, putting together another 3-round tier heading into the break. Vortex has really found his footing right before this halfway point. Vortex takes a massive 11-1 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of start you'd expect from the number 3 seed. Havoc needs a complete change of pace to stay in this. New start for Havoc. Havoc is showing a bit more fight now, but he still has a mountain to climb from here. It's important to remember that Havoc did manage a victory in their last meeting. A completely clean exchange to put him on the verge of victory. A really sharp adjustment from the favorite to shut that down. A huge reflex play by Havoc to keep this game alive. A crucial moment for the lower seed to find some confidence. That is it. He closes out the match with a perfect final kill to secure the series. He just kept the pressure up from start to finish. Totally authoritative performance to get a huge win today. Welcome back to the league. We've got Havoc and the heavily favored Catalyst facing off today on Italy. Catalyst holds a massive historical edge in their head-to-head record, winning about 70% of their lifetime encounters, and that psychological weight usually carries over into these series. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can break that trend today. Absolutely untouchable right now. That's 3 straight for the favorite. A huge response from Havoc, who just completely erased the competition with an effortless shot. Staying tough, using that wine vantage point to climb back into this. It's a surprising shift in momentum given the gaps in their rankings. What a stand! He's now completely leveled the scoreboard. We're seeing a completely different script than what the ladder predicted. He's simply on fire right now, taking total control of this match. He's really putting the pressure on the higher rated player here. And he strikes back quickly to bring us back to a deadlock. The favorite is finally starting to assert himself. Havoc just couldn't find the angle to punish him from that Tetris spot. He's looking a lot like the top 5 seed right now. He's just too quick for him, extending the lead to 6. Number 5 seed is starting to look far too comfortable. He completely dismantles the attempt from the wine and cruises into the final round of the half. Total lockdown here as the half comes to a close. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as predicted. He's outperforming Havoc here, just as his higher rank suggested he would. Time to swap sides. Catalyst has been having a tough day overall with a 15-11 record. It's clear he's finding his second win now. This surge of confidence is exactly what he needs to close the door on this match quickly. He is absolutely rolling now, securing another flawless victory to keep the pressure high. The streak keeps climbing, and now he's just 1 round away from closing the map. The talent gap is becoming painfully obvious. And that's it, a blistering final strike to seal the deal for Catalyst. He really tightened up that grip on the map, refusing to let the momentum swing back after that early push from Havoc. Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off on Dunes to see who can take the win today. Catalyst has historically won 64% of their encounters, and honestly he seems to have a mental advantage whenever he faces this opponent. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological edge holds up over the next few rounds. Vortex is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's really making the most of that number 3 seed today. Both players are swapping rounds back and forth. This is shaping up to be a real battle of attrition. Catalyst claws back the lead, now sitting at 3-2. The overall number 5 seed is looking very sharp right now. He's simply too fast for the opposition right now, claiming another one. The favorite really seems to be in control here. Vortex reacts quicker here to keep the score tight. His overall win rate suggests he can definitely handle the pressure here. Vortex has managed a very strong start to his day with a 25-11 record over the last few matches. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into the server. The real challenge now is whether he can turn that energy into a comeback while Catalyst controls the tempo. Catalyst extends his cushion to a 6-4 lead. The overall higher ranked player is struggling to keep pace here. Vortex is really sliding now and it's becoming a steep hill to climb. The map odds are shifting since the underdogs usually fight harder here. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, the favorite is putting on a clinic just like we anticipated. He's really asserting his dominance over this series now. Time for a fresh start. Catalyst is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. He's certainly showing the form he had against Havoc earlier today. Catalyst is just cruising now at 10-4. The higher seed is really struggling to put up a fight. He's just completely shut down any hope of a comeback here. His recent loss to this opponent seems like a distant memory. A complete shutdown of the comeback attempt, leaving him just a single round away from victory. Absolutely incredible. He closes it out with a final kill from the box to secure the series. He just completely outclassed him today, especially after that rough loss they had on Fast Aim earlier. Welcome everyone, Havoc and Vortex are facing off on Mapas, where the favorite will be looking for another strong victory. Vortex comes out swinging, using that high ground on the ramp to secure the opening round. Vortex has been the dominant force in their history together, winning over half of their encounters. That long-term edge seems to be paying off early today. Havoc will need to find a way to break this streak before it spirals. Vortex claims another battle from the ramp, keeping the pressure high as he reaches 4 straight. The skill gap is feeling very apparent right now. Absolute control from the favorite, who now reaches a 5-round lead. He is really playing like a top 5 player today. Havoc finally answers back, shutting down the momentum with a crisp headshot. He's struggling a bit today with a 12 and 30 record. Vortex still holds a commanding 3-round cushion here. That 3rd place ranking usually means he finds a way to respond. Vortex entered this match with a strong 24-12 record over the last day, and honestly that confidence is showing in how he's handling the early pressure. He looks far more composed than Havoc right now, who's clearly struggling to put together a meaningful rally. He shuts everything down from the ramp, reclaiming his momentum in a huge way. Vortex quickly clears him off the ramp, continuing this crushing run. Vortex takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly the gap in rankings is showing this is exactly how we expected this map to go, and now he just needs a few more rounds to close this out. Time for Havoc to dig in. Havoc just adds 1, bringing it to 4-9. A nice flip of the script compared to their meeting earlier today. Havoc closes the gap a bit, making it 5-9. Vortex had an easy time with this matchup in their last meeting. Vortex puts an immediate end to that mini run and secures his lead once again. His higher rank should be proving decisive throughout the rest of this set. Vortex keeps the pace, pushing his lead to 10-6. He's fighting an uphill battle after that tough loss to Catalyst earlier today. Vortex is just too quick, catching him right as he stepped out while holding that ramp. The top 3 talent is really starting to separate himself here. These rounds are flying by, and Havoc is certainly refusing to go quietly. Havoc is really putting on a show now, dragging Vortex right down from that ramp. The momentum is shifting despite that earlier landslide defeat. The surge continues. He just won't let the momentum slide away now. The pressure is definitely starting to get to him now. Vortex puts a stop to that rally with a total shutdown, putting himself in a position to wrap this up. What a response. He stays frosty under pressure to keep this fight alive. His composure was definitely in question for a second there. And there it is. Vortex shuts the door from the ramp to secure the win. Havoc really pushed him to the limit there, refusing to just roll over. It was a gritty way to close it out. Tough loss for Havoc. Welcome everyone. Havoc and Catalyst are stepping onto red line today, though Catalyst enters this match as the strong favorite. Havoc just secures the early lead, taking the opener from the ramp. It's a tough start for a player who dominated their last head-to-head. Havoc keeps the pressure on, catching Catalyst right as he stepped off the ramp. He's really struggling to shake off that rough 12-30 day. He just blasts him right off that ramp to take total control of the early game. Just doesn't match the form he showed against Vortex. Unreal. He barely clings to life, surviving that chaotic trade on the ramp to stay perfect. The top 5 seed is really feeling the heat. Wow, what a scramble. Catalyst narrowly edges out the fight, finally knocking Havoc off the ramp. A solid first step for the top 5 seed. Absolutely frantic, he nearly goes down, but claws back through that brawl to hold the lead. Catalyst has absolutely owned this matchup historically, winning about 70% of their career encounters. It's a huge mountain for Havoc to climb, considering that long-term dominance. Let's see if the current lead is enough to change the narrative. Another lightning-fast reflex shot, and the momentum has completely swung toward Catalyst. He is on fire right now, completing a huge comeback to bring the series completely level. The favorite is looking scary comfortable in this series. He simply refuses to let up, dropping another one to extend his hold on this match. A total shift in energy from how this started. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, Catalyst certainly had the better half of the momentum, but Havoc has fought back just enough to keep this completely open. Time to see who blinks first. Absolute chaos there, but he manages to secure the lead from the ramp while barely surviving the exchange. It's a complete flip from their meeting on Italy. Catalyst has really dug in here, pulling off a quick kill on Havoc off the ramp to level the score. He's showing some serious grit, shutting down the momentum shift and extending this lead. That's a level of composure we expected from him. A complete shutdown. He's simply untouchable right now, adding another to a dominant run. He completely cleans out the ramp, extending his run to 4 straight. His current form is exactly why we expected him to lead here. He is simply peaking right now, securing a 5th straight round without taking a single hit. The momentum is completely shifted from the early exchanges. A huge shot to put him at 12. Catalyst is just 1 step away from closing this out. Everything is going exactly according to the projections. A clutch find here by Havoc to hold that run and stay in the fight. Just a brief breath of air for the challenger. What a stand! He keeps the dream alive by taking another from the ramp. The gap is closing fast for the And there it is, a flawless final encounter to secure the victory for Catalyst. He really exerted his authority on this map, reminding us why he's so dominant on red line. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena today as Vortex takes on Catalyst in an exciting head-to-head showdown. Catalyst really holds the advantage in their history, and taking this opening round from the Tetris puts the pressure on Vortex early. Catalyst is clearly the historical heavyweight here, leading their lifetime head-to-head by over 200 rounds. It's a massive gap in experience, but Vortex is playing some of the best games of his career lately. This is the perfect time for him to bridge that divide. Catalyst is really leaning into those high angles right now, and it's paying off. The number 4 seed is proving his class early on. Catalyst really cleaned up that trade from the ramp, making it a 3-round gap. He looks really composed after that tough series on dunes. Just clears the boost with a clean spray, pushing his streak to 3. The 4-ranked player is really fighting for a spot in the top 3 right now. Vortex manages to knock him off the boost, proving he can hang with the top seed. He's finally starting to act like the favorite in this series. Catalyst is just dominating with a commanding 5-2 lead. Coming off a strong 13-9 performance against Havoc earlier today. He just wipes Catalyst right off the Tetris to chip away at that deficit. Just a reminder that he entered today's contest as the slight favorite. Vortex has been incredibly hot with a 24-12 record over the last day. He's definitely bringing a lot of raw confidence into this, but he's still fighting an uphill battle against an opponent who consistently gets the better of him. He closes this out without taking any damage, keeping the pressure high as we head toward the switch. Everything is heating up just before the side switch. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead as we go to the break. Everything is playing out exactly as we expected going into this. He's using that 69% map win rate to stay in the driver's seat. Time to see some new angles. He is refusing to back down, keeping this race narrow as he closes in on a 7-round gap. Just a quick exchange to keep the momentum swinging. Unbelievable effort. He's completely leveled the playing field and has this series deadlocked at 7-all. Pure chaos in this series right now. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing the lead after an effortless kill from the boost. The momentum shift is staggering given their historically lopsided rivalry. He's completely taken over this match, racking up 4 straight wins to seize control. Catalyst answers back quickly to keep the score tight. He's definitely leaning on that superior overall career win rate right now. Catalyst uses that Tetris advantage to snag another one, and he is starting to really build some momentum here. He keeps pushing forward, reclaiming a 1-round advantage in this series. Just like that, Vortex ties it up at 10 apiece. The tension is out of this world right now. Catalyst is starting to pull away here, really making his move as we get deeper into the game. Vortex is definitely feeling the weight of those recent matchups. What a scramble he clings on with a mere handful of health to force a deadlock at 11-11. Absolute nerves of steel to close that one out. Huge moment here as Catalyst puts him down from the ramp to secure match point. He's really showing that veteran poise in the clutch. And there it is, a complete shutdown to close out the match and secure the win. That was a total nail-biter, but he just barely held onto his lead when it mattered most. Seriously impressive play from Vortex to keep it that close. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Orange. Havoc and Vortex are ready to face off, though the favorite here is definitely Vortex. Vortex holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with 859 wins over Havoc. It's surprising to see that dominance not translating to a faster start here. I wonder if Havoc can actually put together a string of rounds together. Havoc is really hitting up with a 2-1 lead. A tough few hours for Havoc with that 12:30 run today. Vortex is really starting to seize control here, matching Havoc trade for trade to bring us even. He's simply too fast right now, moving ahead to a 3-2 lead. The ranking difference is starting to show here. Just completely overwhelming. That's 4 straight for the favorite. The gap between these two looks quite wide on the ladder. A tough exchange for both, but he edges out the victory to keep this close. He's fighting through a tough spell after dropping those first few series. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 4 apiece. Hard to believe we're seeing such an even fight given the ranking gap. Vortex just read him perfectly as he pushed out from the ramp. The top 5 player on the ladder is starting to flex his muscle. Vortex has been in far better form today with a 23-13 record over the last day. That confidence is clearly showing as he puts together these sequential rounds. The pressure is really mounting on Havoc to find an answer. We head into the break with a 7-5 lead for Vortex. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated. Vortex has the edge for now, but Havoc is fighting hard to stay within striking distance. Let's see who takes the momentum. Vortex is pulling away with a comfortable 8-5 lead. That level of consistency is expected from a top 5 talent. He's showing some real grit here, shutting the door on his opponent with a precise shot. Tight back and forth as we enter the final stretch. Vortex is just cruising now, leading by 3. He's continuing the trend from their recent meeting on Mappas. Vortex is now firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. His current form just mirrors that previous victory on Mappas. Havoc has managed to hold that momentum, making sure this doesn't become a total blowout. Another effortless kill for Havoc, who is proving he can stay in this fight. Simply unstoppable. Right now, he's carving his way back into this game. Pure chaos right now as he refuses to go quietly. Vortex answers back immediately with a clean trade to reclaim the lead. He's really asserting himself as a top 10 presence today. Total shutdown here, putting him just one step away from victory. Superior ranking is becoming impossible to ignore. Unbelievable fight to the finish, but he survives the brawl to close out the series. He kept his cool when things got sweaty, and that's just the difference in class on display today. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Havoc and Catalyst facing off today, with Catalyst entering the match as the favorite. Catalyst is practically an unstoppable force in their direct matchups, having won their last 5 encounters. But Havoc is fighting a massive uphill battle today and is desperate to break a 6-game losing streak. I want to see if he can actually keep this lead. He's absolutely tearing through the competition right now, moving to a perfect 3-0 start. He just can't be stopped, picking him right off the window for a clean sweep. This is a complete reversal from their last clash on red line. Catalyst gets the better of him, popping him right off the ramp. He's definitely showing that top 4 ranking right now. Got a scramble. He barely scrapes through that exchange from the wine box to keep the pressure on. The favorite is finally finding his footing in this series. Havoc is playing a different game today, continuing to distance himself from the favorite. Really fighting a steep climb given the head-to-head history. Havoc just keeps the momentum rolling, shutting him down and claiming the ramp. A rough day so far for him with that 12-30 record. He's totally outclassing the favorite right now, picking up another effortless round to put the pressure on. He's totally in control, ending this round in under a second for another effortless victory. Catalyst answers back quickly to get a point on the board before the break. Havoc leads 9-3 heading into the break. I mean, this is a total shocker given that Catalyst usually wins 70% of their head-to-head games. He's just completely outplaying the top-seeded pro right now. Time to see if the lead holds. Unbelievable. He clings on for his life to secure a narrow victory in that brawl. The top seed is struggling to find any answers today. Havoc is really putting on a show, taking another easy round from the ramp. His recent form shows a 4-game win streak, but that's irrelevant now. Catalyst handles the pressure and pushes Havoc off the ramp to keep his hopes alive. Catalyst is definitely waking up and finding some momentum here, picking him right off the toolbox for another win. He secures the lead from the wine box, putting him just 1 round away from victory. He's proving that the pre-match rankings don't mean much today. Catalyst comes through in a fast exchange from the ramp to stay in the fight. He's refusing to just hand over the victory. Absolute brilliance. He closes it out with a perfect shot to claim the series. The drought is finally over. He has just handed the top seed a brutal reality check on this map. Welcome to the show, everyone. Vortex and Catalyst are facing off on Dunes to see who takes the win. Vortex is really starting strong today with an impressive 23-13 run over the last 24 hours. It's a great start for him, considering Catalyst usually holds the advantage when these two face off. We'll see if this early momentum can actually shift the historical trend. Vortex is putting some serious pressure on Catalyst now. He's showing that high-end consistency he's known for throughout the league. Catalyst has completely turned the tide here, evening things up and carrying a lot of energy into the next round. Vortex edges ahead again, holding a narrow 3-2 lead. Tight clash between two of the top 5 players on the ladder. There. We've got a complete stalemate at 3-all. It's a real battle between the number 3 and number 5 seeds. Catalyst is really starting to build some steam here, picking up his second straight round. That was a wild exchange of fire, but he manages to come out on top again. He really knows how to get the best of this opponent. The momentum is firmly in his favor now, marking a 4th straight victory. Looking at that head-to-head record, it's hard to ignore the historical edge. An absolutely pristine sequence to secure a 5th straight. He's really making his dominance in their head-to-head record felt. A completely clean take for Catalyst, wrapping up the round without taking a single point of damage. Catalyst takes a huge lead heading into the break at 9-3. Well, this is exactly what we wanted to see from the favorite. He basically owned this half with a 7-round run. Vortex needs to find a way back. Vortex is fighting a massive deficit here, as he's currently trailed by 5 rounds. Well, it's a tough spot to be in, but we have to remember that Catalyst has struggled quite a bit more on this specific layout historically. It will be interesting to see if that map experience allows him to mount a real comeback. He's just simply outclassing him right now. This is turning into a total blowout. The odds were leaning the other way going into this. Vortex is playing some incredibly fast games lately, refusing to let Catalyst close this out easily. Catalyst is just one step away from securing the victory now. The initial betting expectations have completely flipped as this map progresses. What a finish! Catalyst shuts the door on this contest with a blindingly fast final kill. He really made a statement today, especially since we knew how much he usually struggles on this specific map. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Havoc and Vortex facing off on Italy, with the favorite looking to maintain their lead. Vortex holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history. It's a gap that usually makes him the clear favorite, but Havoc is proving that those numbers might not matter today if he can keep his aggression up. Havoc's on a roll with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely showing why he sits so high on the ladder. Vortex has completely shifted the energy here, erasing that early deficit and taking control of the pace. The top tier placement is starting to show through. Absolutely crushing it now. He's put together 3 straight wins to move ahead. He just plucks him right off the vine, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. Havoc reacts faster this time, quickly narrowing the gap. He's got to overcome a significant deficit in their lifetime rivalry. Vortex just read him perfectly, catching Havoc completely exposed on that wine crate. Vortex is currently sitting at a 23-13 record over the last day. Well, his overall momentum seems to be bleeding into this specific match. It's putting a lot of pressure on Havoc to find some stability before this lead becomes insurmountable. He's refusing to go away, putting up a strong fight as the first half draws to a close. Perfect time to tighten things up before they swap sides. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this looks exactly like the script we expected. He's using his higher rating to stay on top, though Havoc is staying well within striking distance. Let's see who finds the rhythm first. Vortex is pulling away, now leading 8-5. That's a really rough day so far for Havoc. Vortex is really stretching his lead to 9-5 now. The gap in their ratings is becoming painfully obvious. Another effortless kill for him, putting the pressure right back on Havoc. A sharp response from him to get back in this thing. It's been a tough run for him today with a 13-29 record. Vortex makes a great call, staying on the Tetris to secure another round. He's really asserting his dominance in this matchup. Havoc is playing a very dangerous game of cat and mouse, but he just managed to pull that round off. He shuts the door on that attempt, putting himself just one step away from the victory. He's really making it look easy for himself tonight. What a finish! Vortex seals the deal with a perfect shot to secure the map. He just continues to have this guy's number, firmly maintaining that lifetime lead with another clinical showing on Italy. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Havoc and Catalyst facing off, with Catalyst entering as the clear favorite today. Catalyst has clearly had the upper hand, historically winning 70% of their lifetime encounters. But we have to remember that Havoc actually came out on top in their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain that momentum today. Catalyst answers back immediately, catching Havoc right as he was moving up the ramp. He's definitely proving why he holds that top 3 spot on the ladder. Havoc's just running away with this, leading 3-1. Havoc is absolutely dominating here, extending his lead to 4-1. He's not going quietly, securing another one to keep his hopes alive. The favorite needs to find another gear if he wants to close this gap. Unbelievable! He survives with a sliver of health to clear him off the ramp. That was too easy for him, barely taking any damage as he continues to narrow the gap. He needs to keep this momentum if he's going to flip the script. He barely claws through that exchange to clear Catalyst off the Tetris. A tough spot for the world's third best player right now. He's staying aggressive, putting on a strong showing to chip away at that lead. The higher seed is starting to find some composure. He strikes from the Tetris, shutting down that run and tightening the gap before the break. Just a sliver of air between these two as we head into the break. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, the underdog is really stepping up here. Despite that early win streak for the world number 3, Havoc has fought back to keep things completely level heading into the switch. Clean slate for the second half. The favorite is continuing his push to reclaim control of the map. The higher seed is firmly back in the driver's seat. Pure deadlock now. Havoc and Catalyst are locked at 7 apiece. It's a brutal day for the number 14 seed so far. He shuts it down from the ramp, continuing his climb back into this match. This is the kind of composure you'd expect from a top 3 seed. Havoc manages to seize control from the Tetris, and now we're looking at a complete stalemate. The higher seed just stepped up his game, winning this duel without taking a single point of damage. Havoc catches him perfectly from the ground, clearing him off the Tetris to keep this dead heat going. He's really showing the nerve of a veteran today. The momentum has shifted completely, with the favorite securing a perfect finish to take the 10. Total parity again, we're deadlocked at 10-all. The 14th seed is refusing to buckle under the pressure. Catalyst is showing real grit, grinding out another win to move ahead in this series. A quick set of reflexes there to get the edge. Absolutely effortless. He's now just 1 round away from closing the series. His timing is simply impeccable, right? What a huge stop. Havoc managed to fight back and clear the ramp to stay in the series. That completely shifts the energy in this final stretch. Absolute brilliance from Catalyst to shut the door and secure the victory. Havoc really pushed him to the limit, this time barely failing to pull off the upset. He's getting so much closer to that top 10 form. What a battle. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Vortex and Catalyst stepping up to see who comes out on top today. Catalyst has historically won over 60% of their matchups, so yeah, it's a real shift in momentum to see Vortex taking the lead here. The lower ranked player usually struggles against that kind of track record, but he's looking very comfortable right now. What a shot! He catches Catalyst right off the ramp to sweep the first three. His side of the ladder is usually a wall to climb. He's not going down without a fight, responding with a flawless burst to get back into this. It's a huge relief for the veteran to finally get on the board. Vortex is just dominating this, holding a massive 4-1 lead. He's definitely getting some revenge after that tough loss on Dunes. He's staying tough, putting up another win to keep things competitive. This is how the slight favorite keeps the game within reach. Vortex is currently sitting on a 23-12 record from today. That's some serious momentum, and it's translating into some really aggressive confidence during these early rounds. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can slow this pace down. Vortex is simply cruising with a commanding 3-round cushion. Vortex is really putting the pressure on here, quickly building a 4-round gap. He's really making a statement against the higher rated player today. Vortex simply refuses to let up, picking the opponent off the ramp to secure another win. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is a complete flip of what we expected, given their long history together. He's simply outplaying the top seed right now and has a real chance to close this out. Catalyst needs to wake up now. Vortex is absolutely soaring, pushing his lead to 9-4. Rarely do we see the head-to-head record tilted this way. Vortex just can't be stopped, extending it to 10-4. He's completely erased the memory of that loss on Dunes. The momentum is completely on his side now as he just walks right through his opponent. Absolutely crushing it. He's just one round away from the victory. The gap in skill here is becoming far too apparent. A huge reset here as he manages to get the better of the lead player. A desperate pick to keep the dream alive. He stays untouchable with another clean victory to push the tally to 6-12. His mental game is clearly improving as the match goes on. Unbelievable! He claws through a brutal trade and barely survives to keep this match alive. Pure grit to pull that out with such a low health pool. He secures the final blow to cap off a spectacular performance. A total turnaround for him after that disaster on Dunes, proving he can definitely hang with the top seed. Welcome to the Berserk League. Havoc and Vortex are facing off on map As, though the favorite looks strong today. Vortex holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history, having won 58% of their encounters. That track record is probably weighing on Havoc, especially since he's already dropped a game to this opponent today. He'll need to shift the momentum quickly to avoid a blowout. Havoc is really heating up with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly playing like the underdog right now. Good grief. He survives by a hair after fighting from the ramp. A tough spot for Vortex, who has looked dominant lately. Vortex responds instantly, shutting down the momentum with a precise strike. The third rank on the ladder is finally showing his class. Havoc's pulling away now, leading the tally 4-2. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure after his strong start to the day. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life while knocking Vortex right off that ramp. Hard to believe based on where he's sitting at number 14. He's just completely untouchable right now, claiming another effortless round. He's completely flipped the script from that last head-to-head meeting. He's absolutely taking over the map now, claiming another win from the ramp. He looks completely different than he did in that previous series. Vortex finds his footing, securing the kill from the ramp. He's certainly leaning on that top 4 rating right now. Vortex is really capitalizing on his top tier status today. It's clear he's channeling that confidence since he's been on a tear in his last few matches. Now the pressure is entirely on Havoc to maintain his cushion before halftime. Havoc takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. You know, the top 3 rank is struggling to keep up. This is turning into a total surprise given how favored Vortex looked coming into this. Time to swap sides. Havoc is cruising with a commanding 9-4 lead. Still a bit surprising after his tough 13-30 run today. Vortex claws back 1, leaving him trailing 9-5. Vortex is certainly relying on his 24-12 record from today. Havoc is quickly extending his lead, putting himself in a very strong position here. Really outperforming his low win percentage in recent outings. Vortex has the answer for the higher ground, this time picking him right off that ramp. The 3 spot is trying to close this gap. Havoc holds a solid 3-round cushion at 10-7. The gap between them in the ratings is starting to feel real. That was incredibly fast. Havoc is really putting the pressure on here. Total shutdown on that last. Vortex is starting to find a way back into these trading rounds and narrowing the gap. He keeps showing that superior reaction speed. The resilience is showing as he continues his surge to close this gap. A huge momentum swing as he refuses to go away quietly. Havoc claws back into the driver's seat and is now just a single round away from victory. He manages to win the exchange, refusing to let Havoc close this out quickly. A quick exchange there to keep the dream alive. Vortex is simply refusing to break, keeping this series alive with another flawless exchange. He's definitely starting to play like the favorite again. What a finish. Havoc manages to outlast the pressure and closes out the series. He just barely managed to hold on after those 2 nail-biting rounds where he was nearly dead. Absolute grit from the underdog. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Redline. Havoc and Catalyst are ready to go, though Catalyst enters this fight as the clear favorite. Havoc really made his presence felt by claiming that ramp early on. The top 3 seed starts off on the back foot. Havoc is really capitalizing on those ramp shots to put the pressure on here. He is really defying the historical head-to-head advantage right now. Catalyst just shut that down quickly, cutting into that lead immediately. He's definitely looking to reclaim some of that dominant head-to-head ground. Catalyst is quickly regaining his footing here, putting a stop to that early run by Havoc. His top 4 ranking is starting to show through. Havoc holds a slim edge now, leading 3-2. Havoc is really putting his ranking up for debate this series. Havoc has really struggled recently with a 12-30 record over the last day. He's clearly shaken off those earlier losses by putting on a great show right now. It'll be interesting to see if this confidence lasts as the gap grows. Havoc is just running away with this, leading 5-3. He's really shaking off that close loss from earlier today. Neither player can seem to pull away right now. We're seeing a lot of back and forth exchanges. Havoc keeps the momentum, pushing his lead to 6-4. Catalyst claws back to just 1, down at 6-5. The higher rated player is starting to exert some control. We're all squared up at 6-6. Honestly, Havoc is punching way above his weight here. He's completely erased Catalyst's massive statistical advantage so far today, and it's anyone's game heading into the second half. Fresh start for both. Havoc secures the lead with a strong play from the ramp, keeping the pressure high. A surprisingly tight battle, given their usual head-to-head history. The historical data is staggering, with Catalyst holding a 70% win rate in their head-to-head encounters. And honestly, it looks like he's completely forgotten how to close those gaps. I wonder if he's starting to feel the weight of this surprising deficit. We are locked in a dead heat at 8 apiece. His 79 record from today is starting to look like a factor. What a duel. He outmuscles his opponent right there on the ramp to keep this streak alive. Looking at those overall numbers, it's clear why he's sitting in the top 5. Catalyst is simply on fire right now, picking him off the ramp to move to a 2-round lead. He really seems to have the upper hand today. Havoc answers back immediately, cutting the lead down to a single round. The pace has really picked up. These two are just trading quick shots now. The number 3 seed is showing why he's at the top. Catalyst shuts him down from below, putting himself just a single round away from victory. A quick, clean finish to put a huge stranglehold on this match. Unbelievable. He finishes him off with a complete blank, sealing the match in style. He really looked like he was in trouble there for a bit, but he just kept his head and closed it out. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes for a great matchup today between Vortex and Catalyst. Let's see who takes the lead. Catalyst has a massive head-to-head advantage with over 600 total wins in this rivalry, but Vortex managed to get the better of him in the last meeting. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that long-term dominance today. Catalyst is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. What a chaotic exchange! He barely clings to life in a wild slugfest to take the lead. He's certainly putting his current rank to good use. Unreal. He claws back into the round with a tiny sliver of health left. The top 4 on the ladder are certainly giving us a show. Catalyst is just dominating here with a 4-2 lead. He's definitely playing like the higher seed right now. What a fight! Vortex manages to drag himself across the line after nearly dying to Catalyst's high ground. The high-rated duo is really splitting the map this early on. Absolutely breathless. He barely survives that firefight to bring the map back to a dead heat. Coming into the match with a slightly higher projection, he's playing his part. He's completely taken over the pace now, securing his 3rd straight win in effortless fashion. Security advantage from the box to square things up at 5 apiece. Perfect reset as the favorite fights for control. A brawl. Vortex survives by a hair to seize a narrow lead before the break! Another absolute nail-biter for him. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, the underdog is definitely shaking things up here. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now and could really pull off the surprise victory. Switch sides and we're back in it. Vortex stays out in front with a narrow 7-6 cushion. The match is staying incredibly tight given their narrow rating difference. And we are deadlocked at 7-all. Both players are certainly playing up to their top 5 status. Vortex has quickly recovered the lead, making it a very tense battle as we move toward the finish line. Both these guys have had an absolute marathon of a day. Neither side is giving an inch at 8 apiece. He's fighting back to stay true to that career win rate. Vortex pulls ahead by 1 in a wild scramble. His 24-12 run over the last day is really starting to pay dividends. They're just trading blows back and forth now. Neither one can put a real grip on this map. He really knows how to find his footing on this particular map. Catalyst just edges ahead to take a 10-9 lead. The higher rated competitor is really finding his stride here. Complete scramble and somehow he pulls it off to extend his streak to 3. He's certainly making the most of that 18-9 run today. A quick response here to put another point on the board. He is certainly showing why he belongs in that top 4 spot. Vortex is putting on a clinic right now, taking total control of this deadlock. A patient engagement here, and he closes it out to put himself 1 step away from victory. He's playing this high pressure set with incredible poise. He closes the gap with a clean finish, forcing a tie and pushing us straight into overtime. This is a pure stalemate heading into the extra frames. Vortex is really putting the pressure on now, making it incredibly difficult for Catalyst to find any air. The speed of these encounters is just lightning fast. These two are practically teleporting into each other. Catalyst is really starting to pull away here, looking a step quicker than he did in the first half. It's become a complete toss-up. Neither one can string together a consistent run to break this tie. Vortex continues to prove he can handle this particular matchup. Another precise shot finds its mark, moving him to within one of the finish line. Pure efficiency from him in that exchange. What an answer. Catalyst shuts that down and is now just a single round away from the title. Total chaos as both players refuse to fall under this pressure. Vortex keeps the momentum, edging ahead 16-15. A complete deadlock at 16 apiece as we enter the final stretch. Catalyst grabs the lead and now stands at 17. He's really grinding out a tough series today. Catalyst is surging ahead, now leading 18-16. Vortex just can't find a way to hold this momentum. Vortex stays alive, trailing by just one now. The slight pre-match favorite is refusing to go down quietly. Unbelievable, we are back to a total deadlock. His resilience has been on full display throughout this entire series. Vortex strikes back to claim a slim 1-point advantage. They've clawed back to a breathtaking 19-19 tie. Catalyst barely edges ahead, clutching a narrow 2019 lead. A huge shift for the man who started as the underdog. Catalyst pushes forward to secure a 21-19 advantage. The pressure is becoming an absolute mountain for the underdog. Vortex keeps it close, trailing by only one. He's really showing the grit needed to stay in this fight. Absolute insanity. Vortex brings us back to 21-all. The momentum has completely shifted back to his side. Vortex surges ahead, snatching a 22-21 lead. Vortex extends the gap to 23-21 with that round. The momentum is swinging violently in his direction. Vortex clings to a tiny lead at 23-22. Both of these competitors are showing why they're in the top 4. Vortex is starting to separate himself, now up by 2. His focus is locked in, mirroring that strong 13-11 finish against Apex. Vortex has a comfortable 3-point cushion at 25. He just couldn't find an answer for that final push. He's really proving that he can go toe-to-toe with anyone right now. What a series. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have a great match today between Havoc and the highly favored Vortex. Vortex enters this series with a healthy 24-11 record today, and honestly that high level of consistency is exactly why he's the heavy favorite in this pairing. It'll be tough for Havoc to find an answer if he keeps playing this aggressively. Vortex secures a huge advantage from the ramp, moving to a 6-0 lead. He's just completely shut him down from the ramp, keeping the perfect start alive. The historical advantage is really starting to show through here. Finally, a reaction from Havoc, who manages to snag a point and slow the bleeding. Still, he's been struggling a bit throughout the day. Looking at the numbers, Vortex has the clear upper hand in their long-term head-to-head rivalry, and that historical dominance is practically on display right now. It's becoming clear that Havoc might be outmatched in this particular set of encounters. Vortex clears him right off the boost to shut down that brief comeback attempt. His superior rank is really starting to weigh on this series. Vortex holds a commanding 11-1 lead heading into the break. Well, this is exactly how the experts predicted this match would go. Havoc has no answer for the top-seeded player right now. Time for Havoc to find his rhythm. Unbelievable, he barely survives a scrap from the ramp and is now just 1 round away from victory. It was a nail-biter, he barely made it out alive. And there it is. Vortex comes through the exchange to close out the series. He just looked completely in control from start to finish. Honestly, this felt like a total mismatch today. Welcome everyone. We're on Fast Aim today as Havoc takes on the heavily favored Catalyst in this duel. Catalyst has an incredible record in their head-to-head history, having won 70% of their encounters. It's a massive psychological advantage that Havoc is going to have to overcome if he wants a series victory today. Havoc is really aggressive right now, just picking Catalyst straight off that wine box. Havoc just looked sharp from the planks, really starting to build some momentum here. That's a surprising shift after their previous meeting. Havoc is putting the pressure on with a 3-2 lead. He is definitely showing why he sits in the top 5 of the ladder. Havoc is just too quick on his feet today, holding a really strong lead right now. He's clearly shook after those struggles against Vortex and Catalyst earlier. Unbelievable, he scrapes through by a hair after winning a chaotic scramble from the wine box. The gap in their ratings is practically invisible right now. That was an effortless exchange. Catalyst is starting to claw his way back into this. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. He's making a real statement now, taking this one without taking any damage. His confidence is soaring after that dominant 13-5 sweep over KL. Havoc just completely shut him down and didn't let Catalyst get any value from that high ground. Havoc is just refusing to let up, catching him right there on the ramp for another point. Hard to believe his current struggles given that top 5 ranking. Havoc goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is a shocking start for Catalyst given his history in this matchup. He's clearly struggling to contain the underdog today. Let's see if Catalyst can adjust. Havoc is just completely outclassing him right now, raining down on him from that wine box. This is a completely different story than their last encounter. Catalyst just manages to put a stop to that momentum, cleaning him right off the wine box. He's certainly playing to that top 5 ranking now. Havoc just looks completely in control, punishing Catalyst for that open position on the ramp. The momentum has completely flipped from their last series. Havoc is leaning into a rare map advantage here, since he's historically more successful on this layout. And honestly, it seems to be the primary reason Catalyst is playing so defensively. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure up. Havoc is just not letting him settle in, catching Catalyst right as he peered through the window. It's a huge turnaround from that narrow loss he took a few minutes ago. He just keeps finding a way to come out on top, moving a single step closer to victory. A quick reaction here keeps the game alive for Catalyst. It's a fight for survival, now for the man at the bottom. Catalyst claims this round from the wine box, continuing his climb. The pressure is really mounting for Havoc now. A very precise shot to put the brakes on the momentum. He's really on fire now, picking the opponent right off the ramp for his 3rd straight point. The momentum shift is real, but he's still trailing by 3. Absolutely relentless. He's now taken 4 in a row to keep this series breathing. He's absolutely locked in, denying Havoc's attempt to close things out from the ramp. This particular matchup always seems to come down to the wire. Absolute insanity. Catalyst turns a perfect run to force the deadlock at 12 all. What a huge response. He manages to shut things down from the ramp to regain a narrow lead. He's shaking off a tough one. 13 loss to Vortex to keep this alive. Havoc is really tightening his grip on the series right now, moving a couple of steps closer to a big win. Catalyst refuses to buckle, dragging his opponent off the planks to keep this series alive. He's staying composed despite the pressure. Perfect reaction by Catalyst to force another deadlock in this overtime thriller. The tension is absolutely suffocating right now. Havoc secures a massive lead, punishing him from the ramp to reach match point. A clean a la carte finish to seize the lead. Catalyst is simply refusing to go away, holding his ground on the ramp to force a deadlock. A complete reset as we head into a total stalemate. Catalyst narrowly edges ahead, holding a slim 16-15 lead. Everything is back on the line at 16 apiece. Havoc just recaptures the lead, putting him up 17-16. A huge contrast to how his matches against Vortex went today. Havoc extends his lead to 18-16 after that trade. The momentum completely shifted away from the favorite. Havoc barely hangs onto his edge, leading 18-17. Crucial stop to keep the deficit at a single point. Pure chaos as Catalyst forces a complete tie at 18. Total parity now as we head deep into this overtime battle. Catalyst strikes back to take a commanding 19-18 lead. Catalyst just widened the gap to a 20-18 lead. He's certainly playing like the man who usually holds the advantage. Catalyst is running away with it at 21-18. It's almost like the early predictions were right all along. Havoc answers back, now trailing by just 2. His resilience is truly impressive after the stress of those early rounds. Catalyst is pulling away with a 3-point cushion. He just barely manages to survive that marathon. Havoc really pushed him to the edge throughout this entire overtime war. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Catalyst are facing off on Italy today to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Catalyst enters this series with a significant advantage in the ladder rankings over Vortex. It's only natural that the favorite is starting fast, but we need to see if he can maintain this level of precision over a full set. Welcome to Redline. We've got Havoc and Vortex facing off, with the higher rated Vortex entering this match as the favorite. A quick start for Havoc, taking advantage of that ramp height to grab an early lead. The higher rated player will be looking to reset quickly. Havoc is really putting the pressure on, utilizing that ramp height to keep his opponent pinned. A complete reversal from their last mid on plane map. Vortex has been vastly more successful in the last day, putting up a clear 25-11 record. He's definitely coming into this with a lot more confidence than his opponent. And looking at those recent results, it's not surprising that he's starting to push back now. Havoc holds a slim one-round lead as we reset. Vortex is clearly trying to make this a one-sided affair. Vortex is just too quick on that ramp, and now he's officially taken control of the pace. The gap in their all-time win rates is pretty narrow. That was a heavy exchange, but he manages to come out on top for another straight win. Vortex has a huge history of wins in this specific matchup. He's just outclassed him in this ramp battle, securing a 4th straight point. The gap in their overall standing is starting to show. Havoc answers back quickly, catching his opponent off the ramp. A huge shift in momentum from that crushing blowout earlier today. Havoc has struggled with a low 20% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's making it very hard for him to keep up with Vortex today. He really needs to find a way to break this trend if he wants to stay competitive. Vortex leads 8-4 going into the break. Well, this is exactly how we expected the opening half to go. The number 4 ranked player is just too strong for Havoc right now. Time for Havoc to dig deep. Havoc uses the elevation on the ramp to secure another one for himself. He's really fighting against the tide after those rough losses to Catalyst today. Vortex is pulling away, now sitting at 9. He's certainly playing with that top 5. Vortex is simply too oppressive right now, just walking over him from the ramp. He's putting on a clinic reminiscent of that 13-1 blowout they just had. Vortex is just completely overwhelming him now, extending the lead to 11-5. The raw skill difference is becoming impossible to ignore. Another lightning fast reaction from the Tetris, and that puts him just one step away from the victory. Havoc puts up a huge fight from the ramp to keep himself in the game. He's clearly got some fight left in him. Unbelievable. Vortex seals the deal with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. He just looked too clean today. That's another tough result for Havoc in a really rough run of games. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Havoc taking on the heavily favored Catalyst in today's match. Havoc has a much higher win rate of 55% on this map. It's a huge shift in momentum considering how poorly he's performed over the last day. Let's see if he can keep this early lead. Both players are locked in a dead heat right now. He's definitely showing why he's in the top 4 of the ladder. Havoc takes a commanding 2-1 lead. A complete reversal from their previous meeting on fast aim. Havoc is just too fast right now, taking Catalyst right off that box. Havoc is holding on to a slim edge, 3-2. He usually dominates these encounters historically. Havoc keeps pulling ahead now, leading 4-2. The top seed is feeling the pressure right now. Catalyst is crushing the all-time head-to-head with over 800 wins. It's a shocking contrast to see him so rattled right now. He'll need to find some stability before this completely slips away. Catalyst continues this charge, refusing to let the lead slip away too far. The gap in their overall ranking is starting to show. What a turnaround. He completely shuts down the high ground to tie this series up. It's an absolute battle of wills between these two. Havoc secures the edge from the box to hold a 1-round lead. He's really fighting to overcome that poor 12-31 run from today. Havoc holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, the number 3 player in the world is suddenly on his heels. He's looking very vulnerable right now, despite that 3-round run to close out the half. Let's see if the momentum holds. Havoc is simply relentless, pushing the lead to 8-5. His confidence was already shaky after that loss to Vortex. Havoc is just finding a way to capitalize on those height advantages, and it's putting Catalyst in a really tough spot. Havoc pushes the lead further to 9-6. He needs to lean on that 16-10 record from today to stay competitive. That's another one for the underdog, who is starting to claw back into this set. That second one came just as quick as the first. Havoc is just running away with it at 10-7. Unusual to see the world's 3rd ranked player in such a precarious position. Havoc is just punishing everything right now, sliding right under Catalyst's line of sight to keep the pressure high. He's absolutely untouchable right now, moving within a single round of victory. Catalyst answers back with a sharp burst to keep the fight alive. A desperate fight for survival for the favorite. He's staying composed and keeps the pressure on with another clean takedown. It's starting to look like the pre-match projections might be right. Unbelievable. He just closes the door on this whole series with a perfect final shot. Just an incredible way to shake off that losing skid. He really proved he could hang with the elite today. Welcome to the arena. Vortex and Catalyst are ready for an exciting 1v1 battle to see who comes out on top. Catalyst really owns this head-to-head, winning over 60% of their encounters, and that mental edge is something you can see already. Since Catalyst also takes the map advantage, Vortex needs a quick shift in momentum to stop a potential landslide. Catalyst keeps the lead, now sitting comfortably at 2-1. He enters this series having already beaten Havoc twice today. Vortex is completely flipping the script here, taking over the series with a really strong push. He's looking sharp after that clean 13-6 victory over Havoc. Catalyst was just a step ahead, catching Vortex before he could even react from the ramp. The high-seeded player is fighting back to stay in control. A total deadlock now with both players tied at 3. The second highest ranked player in the league is really starting to push. Catalyst edges ahead again, holding a slim 1-round lead. The number 5 seed is quickly regaining his confidence. Unreal. A chaotic firefight that almost went both ways, but Catalyst manages to scrape through with a sliver of health. Catalyst secures another win from the ramp, moving 3 rounds ahead in the set. He's showing that same dominance we saw in their last meeting. Vortex finds his target and clears him off the ramp, keeping the pressure on. The slight favorite finally starts to push back. Unbelievable. Both players were a single shot from death, but Vortex clings on by a thread to claw back further. They're all squared up at 6 apiece. And honestly, Vortex is proving he can handle the heat. Despite the historical advantage Catalyst holds, the underdog is refusing to back down heading into the second half. Fresh start, brand new side. Vortex is showing incredible grit, securing a narrow lead as he continues this surge. The momentum has completely shifted as we hit this stretch. He just refuses to crack, securing another win from the ramp to extend his current lead. He's making a strong case for being the top seed today. Vortex holds a tight grip with an 8-7 lead. A quick answer to keep this set competitive. He secures an effortless kill from the boost, showing serious resolve in this series. The favorite is really stepping up when it counts. What a clash of titans right there, both fighting for space on the ramp before Catalyst finally came out on top. Catalyst has definitely found his footing again, cleaning up another round from the ramp to even things up. He's continuing to push through, putting up a huge fight to keep this deficit closing. The underdog is clearly shaking off the early nerves. Pure madness now. We've got a dead heat at 10 apiece. Their last meeting on a different map saw a similar struggle for the lead. Catalyst is starting to pull away here, really capitalizing on this current streak to seize control. He secures a flawless kill from the Tetris, moving him just 1 round away from victory. Absolute control from the top position right now. Game over. Catalyst shuts the door with a perfect finish to claim the series. He really had to dig deep for that victory, but his composure in those final moments was just better. He really earned that one. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Today we have Havoc and Vortex facing off on fast aim to see who takes it. Havoc looked sharp coming off those bricks to open things up. Vortex definitely carries the higher expectation coming into this one. Vortex is looking really comfortable using that ramp to get a quick advantage. Vortex has generally been the one to come out on top in this rivalry. Havoc is making it very difficult for the favorite to get any footing early on. A real test of grit for the rank 14 seed. Vortex is really utilizing that height advantage to put the pressure back on Havoc. Vortex looks incredibly sharp right now, just continuing to punish Havoc from that toolbox. That gap in the ratings is starting to feel real. Vortex secures another win from the toolbox to keep the rolling momentum. Havoc secures this one from the ramp to cut into the deficit. He's certainly making a case against that huge rating gap. Vortex just keeps outclassing him, managing to hold that wine box with a really clean finish. Havoc is playing a really disciplined game, and taking that round from the wine box puts him right back in the thick of it. It's interesting to see this clash staying so tight. Havoc is really leaning into this momentum, using the ramp to secure another one and keep things dead even. He manages to shut things down from the ramp, claiming his third straight round. And momentum has completely shifted away from the higher seed. We head into the break tied at 6 apiece, and honestly Havoc is refusing to be intimidated by the top seed ranking. This matchup is wide open as we switch sides. Time to see who blinks first. A total shootout on the ramp, and Vortex manages to come out on top to reclaim the lead. Vortex is definitely leaning on that experience tonight. Havoc pulls that off from the ground, effectively denying Vortex the advantage of the toolbox. Vortex looks completely sharp on the ramp, keeping these exchanges lightning fast. This is getting incredibly tense. We've got a dead heat as both players fight for every single inch of ground. Havoc is starting to take control here, capitalizing on a great spot on the planks to pull even further ahead. He's completely ignoring the head-to-head numbers this time. Unreal. Vortex barely scrapes through that exchange to bring things level at 9-9. He's showing a lot of nerves of steel surviving that one. Vortex quickly puts an end to Havoc's hold on the ramp, and now the tide is swinging back his way. The 4 seed is really starting to assert himself here. Havoc takes control from the ramp, and suddenly we are staring at a complete deadlock. He's really fighting through that tough 12:30 record from today. Havoc is just on fire right now, taking that round from the ramp to put himself one step closer to the finish. He's really making this one feel like a toss-up. He's absolutely peaking right now, putting the pressure on with that ramp hold to move it inside of the win. That is a dominant stretch for the underdog. Absolutely incredible. He closes it out with a final shot to seal the victory. An absolute statement win for the lower seeded player to shake up the brackets. He really stepped up when it counted. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst take the stage on Mappas for this duel, with Catalyst entering as the favorite. Havoc jumps out to an early lead, using that ramp elevation to put the pressure on immediately. Catalyst historically holds a huge advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 70% of their encounters. It's interesting because Havoc actually took their most recent clash. This early trade of rounds shows that the gap in their experience isn't as clear as the records suggest. Havoc is really fighting for control here, managing to secure a strong advantage from that ramp. Havoc is just one step ahead, leading 3-2. That's a pretty clean look for the lower rated player right now. He is simply on another level right now, extending his lead to a 2-round cushion. Catalyst finds his footing, securing a kill from the ramp to get within 1. The higher ranked man is starting to assert his presence. Havoc is putting on a great display, utilizing that ramp again to keep the momentum firmly in his favor. Havoc clings to a slender lead, holding a 5-4 edge. The 3 seed in our rating is finally finding his footing. Havoc is currently playing against a steep uphill battle given his combined 13-29 record over the last day. That's why this lead is so impressive, especially since he's managing to outplay a much higher rated opponent in the current set. We're all square at 6 apiece. Havoc is really challenging the status quo here. The underdog is refusing to be intimidated by that rating gap as they head into the second half tied. A complete reset for both players. Catalyst pulls ahead by a single round. A strong start for the number 3 player after the reset. Catalyst is distancing himself, now commanding a 2-round lead. Just an absolute wall of efficiency from the higher seed. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Havoc is really refusing to let the momentum swing back to Catalyst. Catalyst has built a nice 2-point cushion. It's a similar story to their 13-10 clash with Vortex. Catalyst nudges ahead, now holding a slim 9-8 lead. This looks like a repeat of their previous set today. These rounds are ending almost instantly. Neither of them is letting the other breathe. The top 4 seed is really digging in. Havoc is really struggling to find an answer right now as Catalyst moves closer to closing this out. A great exchange there, but he manages to outlast his opponent to claw back another round. That's a huge momentum shift in a very tight sequence. Absolute precision from Catalyst, leaving his opponent with no chance to react. What a stop. Havoc secures his lead from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. It's a bit of a shock for the heavy favorite. What an ending. Catalyst barely survives that brawl and closes out the map. He really walked a tightrope there, barely scraping through those 2 low HP clutches. Havoc just couldn't find the final push. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on Orange for this duel featuring Vortex and Catalyst. Let's see who comes out on top today. Catalyst really dominates the head-to-head history here. It's a surprising gap to see given that Catalyst is generally the stronger player overall. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can actually use this momentum to finally flip the script today. Absolute perfection from him, securing a total shutout in this opening stretch. He's certainly not playing like someone who just dropped 2 maps. Vortex is simply on another level right now, claiming a 4th straight victory. This is getting out of hand, a total blowout so far. He's really flipping the script against the top 3 opponent. Unbelievable efficiency as he just wipes the floor with his opponent again. He's simply not letting up, taking another round without taking a single hit. Vortex is just unstoppable right now, extending his streak to 8. He's simply not letting go, reaching an incredible 9 straight rounds. He's making the S-Nebrev free ranked player in the league look completely lost. Good heavens! He claws his way back from a single health point to finally break through. He's usually the one expected to walk away with the victory. Vortex has been incredibly consistent today, boasting a 23-11 record over the last 24 hours. That level of form is likely why he's managing to dismantle one of the league's elite players like this. It'll be quite a statement if he can close this out. We head into the break with Vortex leading 10-2. This is a complete reversal of the pre-match projections. Catalyst is usually the one in control, but he looks completely rattled after that 9-round slide. Vortex is just putting on a show, quickly shutting down any hope of a comeback for Catalyst. Truly incredible to see him hold this gap against a higher rated opponent. A brutal exchange, but he edges it out to put himself one step away from the win. He's truly proving that pre-match favorite status today. What a way to finish. Vortex closes the door with a perfect final exchange to seal the victory. He's just on a different planet today, completely dismantling one of the toughest opponents in the league. Welcome everyone to Redline. We've got Havoc taking on the favorite Vortex in this 1v1 battle. A really clean start for the favorite, holding that ramp perfectly to take the opening round. Vortex is historically the one who comes out on top in this rivalry, holding a strong lead in their all-time head-to-head matches. It makes sense that he's starting this series with a lot of confidence. He'll want to keep the pressure up and not give Havoc any room to breathe. A massive response from Havoc, cutting into the deficit with a flawless shot. He is definitely not letting the favorite roll through this set. Vortex is really putting his foot on the gas, quickly putting an end to that Havoc ramp push. He is refusing to buckle under the pressure, continuing his push to close the gap. Vortex is firmly in control with a 5-2 lead. Vortex is definitely playing like the higher seeded player today. Vortex is really cleaning up here, picking him right off the ramp to widen that gap. He's certainly leveraging that skill gap right now. Havoc is putting up a real fight here, managing to trade rounds and keep this from becoming a blowout. He's definitely playing with some confidence after taking that fast aim series earlier. He's putting up a serious fight, picking up another one to keep this momentum moving. Absolutely untouchable right now, and he's just completely shifted the energy heading into the break. We head into the break with Vortex leading 7-5. I mean, everything is playing out as we predicted. The seed leader has a steady grasp on the match, but he'll need to stay sharp since he only leads by 2 rounds. Fresh start for both players now. Vortex is starting to pull away here, really making his presence felt in these mid-match skirmishes. A completely effortless win for him, proving he's still very much in this match. That was a crisp piece of shooting to answer back. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange, digging deep to keep this comeback alive. That is some incredibly clutch shooting to claw back into this. Havoc is having a tough time overall today with a 13-29 record in his last few games. It shows he's really fighting an uphill battle. He has the skill to compete, but consistency has been the real issue for him throughout the session. Vortex catches him trying to hold the ramp, extending that cushion to 2 rounds. Vortex is looking quite secure for a top 5 seed. Totally clean take for Havoc, keeping the pressure high as he closes the gap to 9-10. That was a lightning fast exchange to get back in this. Vortex has really tightened up his timing, shutting down that brief push from Havoc instantly. He simply clears Havoc off the ramp, putting himself on the verge of a victory. He's proving exactly why he entered this series as the front runner. And that's it. He closes it out from the ramp to secure the victory. The reaction time on that final play was just too fast for Havoc to keep up. He really tried to shake things up, but it's a strong showing for the top seed. Welcome to the Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst are heading to Italy, though the favorite looks very strong here. Catalyst owns this rivalry with a huge lead of 852 rounds won in their head-to-head history. That historical gap is exactly why it's surprising to see Havoc getting the early lead. We have to see if he can actually break the pattern today. Absolute perfection from him. He's just taken over the map right now. The rank 3 favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. Just a total shutout so far as he continues to tear through the competition. A total reversal from their most recent match. Finally, a response from the favorite, who puts a quick end to that flurry. That's another clean take for Catalyst, showing plenty of grit to close the gap. Havoc is fighting through a rough 12-30 record today. It's clear he's grinding through some adversity, but he's currently making that struggle look irrelevant. We'll see if he can keep this momentum sliding in his favor. He manages to claw out the win despite taking a fair bit of damage, extending his lead to 7-2. Catalyst answers back immediately with a fast kill. A little bit of breathing room for the top 4 seed. Havoc holds a solid 3-round cushion at 7-4. His long-term win rate of 66% is starting to feel real. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's really putting his opponent on the defensive here. This is a huge shift from their past meetings where Catalyst usually handles business. Let's see who takes control now. The favorite is refusing to go quietly, putting up a fight as the deficit shrinks. He's finally shaking off those earlier mistakes. Havoc edges back ahead, holding an 8-6 advantage. He's really making his mark against a top 5 rated opponent. A remarkably fast encounter that puts some more pressure on the front runner. Unreal. He barely hangs on after a fierce trade to knock Catalyst off the wine. He's proving that his ranking doesn't tell the whole story today. Havoc is now cruising with a commanding 10-7 lead. The top 4 ranked player is really fighting for his life. He's staying composed and keeps pushing the pressure back with another clean finish. He's just a few steps away from securing a huge victory over the top seed. He's completely flipping the script from that last Mapas set. He just puts on a clinic from the wine and now he's sitting on match point. Momentum has completely shifted since the opening. He manages to force another error to keep his hopes alive in this series. That's another effortless win for the favorite, who is stubbornly climbing back into this game. What a finish. He shuts the door on this match with a lightning fast blow. He really dug deep to secure this one, overcoming a mountain of historical data to take the win. Just a gritty performance overall. What a fight. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off today on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Vortex starts things off strong, capitalizing on that height advantage from the ramp. Catalyst is looking really sharp early on, quickly evening this series up. This is a total toss-up based on their head-to-head history. Catalyst has completely owned the long-term history of this matchup, winning 64% of their lifetime encounters. He's really leaning into that psychological advantage right now. I wonder if the gap in their current momentum will eventually close as we hit the mid-game. Vortex manages to trade back, keeping this set tight. He's definitely feeling the confidence after that 13-2 blowout recently. Catalyst is putting on a clinic here, quickly punishing Vortex for trying to hold that window position. Catalyst holds a slim edge as we enter round 7. Neither of them has looked completely settled yet. Catalyst is really starting to pull away now, and he had no problem knocking Vortex off that vine box. He's really fighting to climb back toward that 5th rank. Catalyst is just too fast right now, using that ramp position to keep the pressure on. It's a tough spot for the slight favorite to be in. Vortex looks incredibly composed right now, refusing to let the gap widen further. He needs to keep this pace if he wants to overturn the odds. Vortex keeps the momentum rolling by pulling Catalyst right off that wine box. Vortex is starting to look like the favorite we expected. We're locked in at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, Vortex is really holding his own despite the long history of losses here. He's proving that he can go toe-to-toe with the favorite on this map. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex shows some grit, catching his opponent right off the ramp to take a 1-round lead. He's finally starting to dictate the pace of this series. Catalyst claws back to make it a dead heat. An incredibly tight battle for two players sitting right next to each other on the ladder. Catalyst is definitely finding his gear now, shutting down Vortex while he was tucked away on the planks. A tough spot for the 3rd ranked player to be in. Vortex secures a clean get from the ramp, clawing his way back into this match. He's really fighting to prove he belongs in that top spot today. Vortex just deletes him off the ramp, continuing this incredible rally. Absolute efficiency in that exchange. Catalyst is refusing to let this match slide away, putting a stop to that quick surge by picking him off the toolbox. It's a total deadlock with both of them fighting for every inch. A single round separates them as Catalyst leads 10-9. His recent form hasn't been as steady over the last 10 games. He strikes again from the ramp, putting a huge dent in that rally. He's definitely shaking off that rough result from earlier today. Wow. He just can't be stopped. That's 4 in a row, and now Catalyst is just 1 round away from the victory. The confidence is just radiating off him right now. And that is it. Catalyst shuts the door on the series with a perfect final exchange. Vortex really fought back to keep things interesting, but he just couldn't close it out. What a match. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We have Havoc and Vortex facing off, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Vortex is clearly the dominant force in this rivalry, leading the head-to-head total by over 200 rounds. He's really making his superiority felt early on in this one. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can find an answer. A total shutdown here, and he's now comfortably in control of the early map. A great reflex play there, and we're finally seeing a spark of life from the underdog. He's proving he can keep pace with the favorite. Vortex is just too sharp right now, taking full advantage of that high ground to extend his lead. He manages to pluck him right off the box, showing some real grit in this early stretch. A really quick conversion to keep things interesting. Absolutely effortless of Havoc to pluck him right off the box and keep this rally going. Unbelievable. He's completely leveled the playing field and has all the momentum now. The momentum has shifted completely away from the favorite. Vortex snaps back quickly to claim a thin lead. That higher rank is starting to show again. Vortex is putting on a show today with a 23-12 record. It's clear he's carrying that huge wave of confidence into this specific duel. He's looking very poised to shut down any hope of a comeback. Havoc stays sharp with another clean victory to close the gap before the break. The pressure is really mounting on the frontrunner now. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, everything is unfolding exactly as predicted so far. He's controlling the tempo, although Havoc is definitely putting up a fight. Let's see who finds their flow now. Vortex keeps his grip with an 8-5 advantage. The higher rank is making this look routine. He's refusing to back down, taking this round without giving up a single point of health. He just deletes him from that box, showing serious fight in this comeback attempt. The underdog has completely flipped the script this half. Vortex claws back a narrow lead at 9-7. His ranking puts him in a completely different class. He is staying remarkably persistent, securing another quick kill to close the gap. What a turnaround! Havoc has officially erased the deficit and completely leveled the game. The underdog has officially pushed this to a dead heat. Simply untouchable right now, and the momentum has shifted completely into his favor. He's just completely taken over this game, moving within striking distance of a victory. Vortex gets his response, putting a stop to that run. The top 5 seed is finally steadying his nerves. What a statement, a perfect exchange, and now Havoc is just one step from victory. Vortex keeps his hopes alive by knocking Havoc off that box. A crucial answer from the favorite when his back was against the wall. What a finish! Havoc has clawed his way back to secure the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered, proving that the rankings aren't everything today. Just an incredible showing from the underdog. What a fight. Welcome to the show, everyone. We've got Havoc and Catalyst facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Catalyst brings a heavy historical advantage here, having won roughly 70% of their lifetime encounters. It's a staggering gap that usually proves decisive. The big question is whether Havoc can pull off a second straight upset today. Havoc is really shaking things up here, capitalizing on that ramp advantage to keep this series tight. Total deadlock now. Both players are tied at 2. The rank 4 contender is definitely feeling the pressure now. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes by with a sliver of health to keep this streak alive. A total reset here as the pressure mounts, bringing us back to a deadlock. Havoc just pulls ahead, securing a thin one-round lead. Havoc is really fighting his way up the ladder today. Catalyst claws back to even things up at 4 apiece. Both players are showing why they're in the top tier of the ladder. Catalyst is really starting to find his footing here, picking up a nice bit of momentum. Total control now as Catalyst secures a clean third straight to extend his lead. His consistency is mirroring that strong day he's having so far. Another fast victory for Catalyst, putting his opponent in a deep hole right before the break. It's 8-4 heading into the break. Things are playing out exactly how we anticipated before the match. Catalyst used that 5-round run to separate himself and firmly grab the lead. Time for a fresh start. Catalyst is sitting on a strong 19-13 record over the last day. That kind of form is clearly translating into confidence here as he continues to put on the pressure. He's simply playing too efficiently for Havoc to keep up. He's simply taking over this match, leaving his opponent completely outclassed in a blur of speed. He's just relentlessly outperforming Havoc right now, moving within striking distance of the victor. A huge effort by Havoc to put a temporary stop to that momentum. Even at this deficit, the underdog is refusing to go quiet. What a closing shot! Catalyst secures the victory and closes out the series. That is just a totally different level of consistency we saw today. He's clearly the man to beat right now. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off right now on red line. Vortex reacts quickly to shut down Catalyst on that ramp for a fast opening round. A strong start for the number 5. Catalyst generally controls the rivalry with a 64% win rate over their history. This early lead for Vortex surprisingly unexpected. Now we'll see if Catalyst can actually recover from this cold start. Absolute lockdown. He's just completely shut out the opposition to take a commanding 4-round lead. A completely flipped script compared to their last duel on fast aim. Catalyst finally answers back to get on the board. The third ranked player in the league finally found an opening. Vortex is just cruising through this match at 5-1. Vortex is fighting through some heavy recent losses to keep this lead. Vortex is just relentlessly dominating this 6-1 series. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, managing to scrap his way to a narrow victory. We're seeing the higher rated competitor start to dig in. Catalyst holds his ground and takes the round from the ramp, cutting into that lead. The top 3 seed is really starting to flex. Vortex is putting up a very strong fight, despite having a 47% win rate on this map. It's a surprising swing in momentum given how much Catalyst usually owns these exchanges. He's definitely proving that the historical data isn't everything today. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is absolutely stealing the show here. He's completely outpaced the higher rank so far, putting a huge dent in that 64% head-to-head dominance Catalyst usually enjoys. New side, new energy. What a scramble. He nearly goes down, but clawed his way through the chaos to survive with almost nothing left. He's really bouncing back from those losses against Havoc. Insane reflex play. He hangs on by a thread to pull away again with a 10-4 lead. Just a wild difference from how their last match went. Catalyst is still trailing by 5 despite that push. He's looking a bit more like the player sitting at rank 3. Catalyst is picking up speed, taking control of the ramp and narrowing the gap to just 4 rounds. The momentum is shifting back toward the top 3 seed. Vortex shuts that down quickly, putting a stop to the mini run Catalyst was building up. Total reversal of what we usually see when these two meet. It's just too fast for him, moving back into control and reaching match point. An absolute nightmare of a series for the higher rank. Absolute perfection from Vortex to close out the series. He really fought through those early deficits to secure a massive result against the 3rd seed today. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Havoc and Vortex facing off, with Vortex entering as the favorite today. Vortex has long-term dominance here, having won over 58% of their career head-to-head matchups. The gap is obvious. But Havoc actually took their most recent clash. This first round suggests we could be seeing a very one-sided series today. Vortex is pushing ahead, leading 2-1. The number 5 rated player in the league is feeling the pressure. Vortex is on fire, quickly shutting down Havoc's attempt to hold the high ground. He really is playing like a top 10 seed right now. Vortex is just cruising now, commanding a 4-1 lead. Total shutdown by Havoc, who just out-reacted his opponent to get back in this. Vortex is currently riding a positive wave with a 22-13 record over the last 24 hours. You know, that consistency is exactly why he holds such a commanding lead here. It's looking like the favorite is fully in control of the tempo. Vortex is pulling way ahead, sitting pretty at 6-3. He's really showing that top 10 presence today. He's refusing to let this slide, keeping the pressure high and closing the gap further. That a second best reflex play for him, but it was enough. Vortex just secured a really clean win from the ramp to put himself in a great spot. Vortex is really putting that rating difference on display. Vortex holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the first half to go. He is utilizing that 55% map win rate to keep Havoc on the defensive. Havoc needs to find some momentum. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. He's fighting through a tough 14-27 run today. Vortex is staring down a 9-5 lead now. His position on the ladder is starting to feel like a real wall. Things are getting precarious for Havoc. He's really struggling to put up a fight right now. Vortex just shuts things down from the ramp, continuing his surge toward the finish line. A total contrast to how their last meeting played out. Vortex is just unstoppable right now, moving within a single round of victory. He is completely dismantling his opponent's confidence. Havoc shuts him down from the Tetris to keep the dream alive. A massive surge of adrenaline from the underdog right there. What a finish. He secures the victory with a perfect shot from the ramp. He really just asserted himself in this set. It looked like he had an answer for everything Havoc threw his way. Welcome to the Berserk League. Today we have Havoc and Catalyst facing off on Italy, with Catalyst entering as the favorite. Catalyst really controls this rivalry with a 70% lifetime win rate over his opponent. It's a heavy burden for Havoc to carry, especially since he was crushed in their most recent encounter. He'll need a strong start to shake those ghosts. Havoc has completely flipped the script, leading 2-1. That's a tough way to start, given his 5th spot on the ladder. The momentum has shifted entirely. Catalyst was on the ropes a moment ago, but he's quickly clawed his way back into this. Havoc keeps the pressure high, sitting at 3-2. Havoc is just dominating, pushing his lead to 4-2. He's really capitalizing on that early momentum. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, extending the gap to a 3-game lead. This is a complete reversal from their last set. The onslaught is unstoppable. He just secured his 4th straight point. That's a complete 180 from their previous 13-5 encounter. Catalyst answers back with a clean headshot to put a halt to the run. Just a reminder that he's sitting comfortably in the top 10. Unbelievable. He barely survives that trade, scraping by with a tiny bit of health after knocking Catalyst off the wine. Havoc has been struggling lately with a 14-27 record today. It's really impressive to see him ignore that slump and simply dismantle a top 5 opponent like this. It will be fascinating to see if Catalyst can actually find a way to pivot. Havoc takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing the role of the aggressor today. He's completely defying that history of losses to Catalyst and looks much sharper than his ranking suggests. Catalyst strikes back, narrowing the gap to 8-5. He's really looking to channel his usual 66% career success rate. Another quick finish for the challenger, showing some real fight as he cuts the gap. The momentum has shifted completely as he walks away without taking a single hit. Unbelievable. We are all square now as Catalyst completes a stunning climb back into this series. Absolute perfection. He's now completely overtaken the lead, taking control of the match with 5 straight. Havoc halts that slide and brings the match back to a deadlock. The lower ranked man is refusing to back down. Havoc regains the edge, moving ahead 10-9. This is an unexpected turn for a top 9 rated talent. Total shutdown as Catalyst evens the score, refusing to let his opponent slide away. He is putting on a show of resilience, taking full control of the game with another flawless round. He's really starting to look like the heavy favorite again. Another instantaneous reaction, and he's now just 1 round away from victory. What a finish! Catalyst closes out the series with a stunning recovery to take the win. Havoc put up an incredible fight and almost shook the rankings, but the experience finally told he had to work for that. Welcome everyone. Vortex and Catalyst are facing off on Mapas to see who can secure 13 rounds first. Catalyst holds a massive lifelong advantage here, taking about 64% of their head-to-head encounters. The pressure is really on Vortex to prove that his recent victory over his opponent was just a fluke. Catalyst has the edge as we head into round 3. Our 5th ranked player is looking sharp today. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange, scraping through with a tiny bit of health to level the series. He's definitely carrying some confidence from that last victory over his rival. Catalyst holds a narrow lead as we start round 5. He's really flexing that top 3 ladder position right now. Catalyst is comfortably cruising with a 2-round cushion. The top-seeded player is showing no signs of slowing down. He claims another victory from the ramp, keeping a strong grip on this match. He's clearly in better form today than in their last meeting. He's just taking over this game, securing another one to keep the run going. He's really making it look easy for the top 3 seed. Vortex puts an end to the momentum, shutting down the run with a clean sequence. His recent high-tier performance today is starting to show. Another rapid exchange and the momentum is shifting back to the challenger. The lead is shrinking and the tension is building. He completely dismantles Catalyst from the ramp, keeping the momentum surging as he closes the gap. We are all square at 6-6. Catalyst was expected to walk away with this, but he's fighting an uphill battle now. Vortex is refusing to be intimidated by the top 3 seed. Switching sides, time to roll again. He's looking dangerous now, securing a flawless entry to take control of the set. It looks like the pre-match predictions are finally paying off. Another effortless point for the underdog, extending his lead to a 2-round advantage. Vortex is now just a step ahead at 8-7. Vortex has looked a lot more composed than usually does in these bouts. Just won't back down, weathering some heavy damage to push his lead to 9-7. Everything is starting to lean in favor of the pre-match projection. Catalyst answers back, narrowing the gap to 9-8. A methodical duel that ended decisively as the comeback continues to gather steam. That was a much more measured approach than the last exchange. Catalyst secures that one from the ramp, and now these two are right back to a dead heat. Vortex has certainly been the stronger man in their latest meetings. What a scramble, both players were trading heavy damage, but he managed to clutch out the win with a sliver of health. Absolute perfection from Vortex to put himself just one step away from victory. The momentum is firmly in the hands of the favorite. What a finish! He closes out the match with an incredible comeback to secure the victory. He just looks completely untouchable right now. He's really capitalizing on his current hot streak to take the series. Welcome everyone! We have Havoc and Vortex facing off on Dunes. The favorite looks strong today, but Havoc is ready to fight back. Both players tried to take the high ground, but Havoc was just a split second faster. A strong start for the lower rated player here. Vortex usually looks quite strong in this matchup with a 58% career win rate. It's really surprising to see him struggle early on against someone he's beaten so often. I wonder if he can flip the script before this slides away. Unbelievable. He nearly went down, but manages to scrape through that fight with almost nothing left. The 3 seed really needs to find some answers here. Havoc is absolutely dominating with a commanding 4-1 lead. A fierce exchange of shots, but he secures the victory to move 5 rounds up. Coming into this, we expected the number 3 player to handle business. Vortex secures a clean kill from the box to get back on the board. Havoc is really proving to be a tough matchup today, despite having a 14-27 record over the last day. It's clearly a reversal of form we're seeing, especially since Havoc was struggling with losses just before this series started. Havoc is completely in control, making it a 3-round streak with another effortless shutdown. Vortex reacts quickly to shut that down just before we head into the final round of the half. Havoc takes a huge lead at 9-3 heading into the break. I mean, we just aren't seeing the 3 seed play up to his ranking right now. He looks completely lost against the underdog. Time to see if the momentum shifts. Havoc is simply relentless, extending that gap to 10-3. Vortex usually has such a strong head-to-head advantage. Vortex claws back 1, leaving him trailing 10-4. He's definitely starting to look like his usual self. Havoc is just far too quick right now. Those exchanges are ending in a heartbeat. That brief rally from Vortex is over. He's just a single round away from victory. He's putting on an incredible show against a top-tier opponent. Game over. He seals the deal with a perfect shot to wrap this whole thing up. He completely rewrote the script for this series, taking the control back from start to finish.